Self-defense rests, let's lay it down. Gonna dig deep, wave that verdict round. The defense rests, time to analyze. With the evidence, we'll unveil the crime. Justice served in an honest fight, true crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
All right. Good morning. Guess who's all merched up? This little black duck right here. My merch arrived today. Yay. So we got the hat. We got the tumbler. And we got the top, the one with stripes, you know, the baseball-y one. It's lovely. Good morning. Good morning. Have you been playing in Discord, madam? Have you? You can get lost in there. Absolutely lost in there. There's so many rabbit holes to go down. Did you check out As the Gavel Drops for all the court stuff? Now, Christine, I'll actually share it. I'm not sure what you're looking for, but I think it's probably similar to not so much a hoodie. You want like a sweatshirt of some sort. Is that right? Without the hood. And there is plenty of them on there. You just have to go and pick one. But see that picture there? That every time I go on it, that black top that's in the top right hand corner, that's the top that I'm wearing. And I just put my logo on it. So basically what you need to do is you get onto the shop and you go all the way down to the bottom of the jar. Oh, of course it's not there, is it? I'll go back to the start. I'm in my... Okay, so I think we go... All right, well, while I'm here, I may as well update you on the sales. So $31.89 is what we've made so far. All right, so defense rests. Okay, so we should be able to go down to the bottom, and it's a sweat outfit. So you want the top and pants, or just the top? So you go down to the bottom here where it says create your own thing, right at the bottom of the page, and it says start designing now. You click on that. And then from here, you then go up to the top left-hand corner where it says products, and you click on the product. All right, so this is where all of the stuff is. So you go to women, and then you can sort by whatever you want. So there is hoodies, t-shirts. This is a sweatshirt here. There's another sweatshirt there. It don't take any notice of the colors because you choose the color you want as well. So I would go for that one. And then you pick what design you want on it. So out of all of those, you can pick whatever you like. All right, so all of Ty's stuff is in there. All of his logos, you pick, say, that one, and then you can put it wherever you like. Oh, we'll take that one off for a start. And then, yeah, you can make this one anywhere you want it. Wherever you place it, that's where it'll show. All right. I would put it probably more there. You can put as many as you want on there. I think you just have to pay more. Let's see what else if I can put more on there. How about we put that one back? There you go. You can put 2 on there if you want. Then if you want to put writing on it, you can then go down to the next box where it says text, and then you type your text in. So you can put Christine. There you go. Oops. Big capitals. Dickhead, Jody. Christine. There you go. And then you can choose what font you want. However you like it. There's heaps there. There we go. Make it as big as you want. It's got to be inside that box though. See how when I click on there, there's that big rectangle. You can't go outside there. It will warn you. It'll come up with that warning. It says, don't go out there. All right. Then you go down to, once you finished your design, you go down to choose your size and quantity. And so you can choose whichever size you want. And you should be able to choose your color as well. I don't think it charged you. Oh, it did, yes, to put the name on it. So it was $5.59 to put your name on it. So if you took that off, why is it charging? What if I take that one off? Didn't make any difference, did it? Oh. Okay. So that's pretty much exactly what you need to do, Dylan. You just go in and pick whatever you want. How do I get back out of here now? All right. It's as easy as that. All right. Good morning, all. Oh, look at you. No, Christine asked if there was a sweatshirt. You know what I mean, sweatshirt. Good morning. Good, thank you. I am sporting the products, yes, the fruits of thine own labour. I bought the hang on. I bought the baseball jersey with the print on it. Ooh, that way. Ta-da! And it's got the stripes on the sleeves. It's really comfy, and I'm impressed with the quality and the sizing. So, yes, there is some good stuff on there. All right, now, Mammoth Monday. Mammoth Monday. We got a lot to get through today. We have a full trial day, and then at 1:30 your time, we have the Sarah Boone sentencing hearing, which I've been told is to allow probably a good 3 hours, because apparently her lawyer will be fighting for way less time to be served under the domestic violence issues. So, yeah, they do. They look all right. Oh, good morning, Elizabeth. How you going, Slugger? Yeah, there's heaps of logos in there. Good morning, Mr. Udahep. How far art thou? Did you all have a good rest? Yes. Good weekend. We got a lot of shit to do. But never mind. I don't think Jodie's getting any sleep tonight. Just quietly. No. You're a long time dead. No, never is. Never is. Not at all. All right. So here we are. Now I've been thinking about it all day, actually. And I was actually talking to Steve a bit earlier. And this is a hugely controversial trial, as well as Karen Reid, and it's very divided in that it's pretty much black or white. There is no in between. You either believe that he is innocent or you believe that he is guilty. And I wasn't sure how to address yesterday with such strong opinions. And in my mind, everyone, as you said, everyone's entitled to have their own opinion. And no one actually misrepresented any facts or anything like that. It is the interpretation of those facts is how we come up and formulate our own opinions. And that, to me, is exactly what the jury does. So they pretty much evaluate the facts. They put as much weight as they feel needs to be on those facts. And then that's how they make their determination. So whilst both sides know the facts of the case, your interpretation of those facts could be completely different. And that's what you're entitled to. That's humanity. That's what makes us different. So, yes. So thank you for keeping it nice. There's no need. I mean, at the end of the day, yes, he may well have been wrongfully accused, and not, not where he should be. But on the other hand, he could be. I don't know that. I haven't watched all the trial. I haven't made up my mind yet. I'm keeping it open. But a panel of jurors have decided that on our behalf. So that is what it is at the end of the day. And where he goes from there is his choice. And there are a lot of people out there that are supporting him, and they've raised hundreds of thousands of dollars in his support. Although I did try to look, and to be fair, I've pinned in the description box the site free Zachariah Anderson. So if you want to have a look at that, you can go and check that out. And then I tried to Google something for guilty, and I couldn't find anything. So I've just attached a video that the investigators found with all of the evidence, basically. So you can do your own research outside of the trial and what have you, and come to your own conclusions, and we're all entitled to that. What have we got here? Yeah, right on. Okie dokie. Oh, so you watched the closings yesterday and his sentencing hearing. Really? Wow. Yes, that's exactly right, Elizabeth. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Have a look. Go on to Nick Starrow's channel and have a look at how he formulated his assessment of the trial and the evidence. It's yeah. I'll put his thing up. There you go. Yeah, and I watched the actual interrogate. If you've seen the interrogation interview of Zachariah with when he was first called in under they called him in under the stalking charge, and he comes across. Look, he came across really credible. Like, I did not think that he was bullshitting in any way. He did not hesitate to answer anything. His body language was comfortable. He had an explanation for every question that they pretty much asked him. And the other thing, on Nick Starrow's, when he does this, I can't remember what the video was. It was he had a panel on, basically, of different lawyers and what have you, and they were just analysing a little bit of it, but apparently it all stemmed, well, not all of it, but they were having a custody battle of the 3 kids prior to this, and there is some thoughts that may it may have influenced the directionality of the trial. Just leave it at that. So one of the things that got me is him saying he barely knew. Yes, that's right, when he had a file. Well, I haven't seen how big that file is yet. Was it, a file that had absolutely everything that he knew about him? Because the way he explained it in the interrogation was that, his wife at the time was behaving, she's going out partying with him, and he was looking into his background to see who his kids were around, which I could understand too. What would you? Can be difficult this time. Yes, yeah. Look, if you come in with, an opinion, or you express your thoughts, what have you, and it's based on the facts, absolutely. If you come in and go, he's guilty because he used to live in Tallahassee, and not back it up with anything, no, stick it up your ass. If it's based on fact and it's your interpretation, knock yourself out. Yeah, no, I can't. I'm still on the fence, I must say. I'm still on the fence. And the only reason I say that, pretend not to know, he'd actually Googled him relentlessly and knew his entire family. Yeah, yeah, and there was a reason he was doing that, apparently. And it's difficult with DV2 because there is that pretense that it's always assumed that it's the male that does the violence, yeah? And I have witnessed personally many, many women play that game, many, and they know how to work it. And yeah, it's the inequality on behalf of men in that situation is ridiculous. So but when we get to the interrogation video, we'll break it down. But yeah, they initially brought him in for stalking, and that's because Sadie notified the police that, or the law enforcement. Anyway, I digress. Let's get into it. I want to know all of the details.
Break something to get underway with trying to get a search for evidence that might undermine the evidence given on behalf of the state. I'm not saying that would make a difference, but I would say if you arrive at a much later date
Ta-da.
and contend that the ruling was incorrect, I would think you would need to come
And
armed.
this is at 1.25 speed. He makes the funniest facial expressions, this guy. I'm going to have to do a compilation. Oh, okay. Woohoo. Buckle up then, buttercups. I'm merched up.
You in case on the calendar.
Did you get your tumbler yet, Teresia?
I
They're
got
good.
calendar.
All right, who have we got?
Should I begin, Your Honor?
Please do.
Officer Van Wee, can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name for the record?
Jeffrey Van Wee, V-A-N, capital W-I-E.
How are you employed?
The City of Kenosha Police Department
How long have you been so employed?
for 20 years.
And during that
Audio
20-year
shit.
time period, what has been your basic job?
I've been a patrol officer on various shifts, third shift and day shift for the most part.
At some point during your career, did you take on additional duties other than simply patrol?
Yes.
And how long have you done those additional duties?
I've been a field training
So it
officer.
got to me
for
quicker,
approximately 17
over here.
years and an evidence technician for 16 years.
What is an evidence technician?
Evidence technician responds to crime scenes in order to examine those scenes for evidence, as far as obtaining fingerprints or DNA or just
That's
collecting
better.
evidence.
And
I've
have
got
you been
this
doing that
boosted to
continuously for
300.
those 16 years that you've indicated?
Yes.
Okay. And what sort of training did you have to receive to be a person who was allowed to be an evidence technician with the Kenosha Police Department?
I went through a school for 80 hours in 2006.
And what did, in general, what was the coursework that caused you to be qualified as an evidence technician?
It covers everything from scene management to scene processing of evidence to photography.
And at this point in your career, what do you have any specific
I don't understand that.
other than patrol that you do now?
I'm currently the forensics examiner for the Kenosha Police Department.
And when did you get that role?
It was in August of last year.
And what does that mean to be the forensic examiner for the Kenosha Police Department?
I oversee the evidence technicians for the Kenosha Police Department and the forensics program. I'm also on standby or on call, if you will, for any major crime scenes that may occur. And I have other duties which include processing evidence for detectives or other cases involved they may need follow-up on.
So you indicated you oversee the evidence technicians. If you know how many Kenosha Police Department evidence technicians does that mean you oversee?
We currently have 26.
And so
Is
do you
that
do
on your
all
channel
patrol
set up?
duties any longer, or is this evidence work that you've just discussed your primary, or is that your major duty at this point?
It's my major duty.
Have you received any advanced certification and as part of now becoming the forensic examiner for the Kenosha Police Department?
Throughout my career as an evidence technician, I've attended various schools for advanced skill set.
I want to specifically focus for a minute on bloodstain pattern analysis. Have you received advanced certification through any kind of coursework in that regard?
Yes, I have.
And when did you receive that, if you know?
In 2021.
And what was that?
It's a bloodstain pattern analysis class. It was 40 hours of advanced training in order to determine bloodstains and how bloodstains are projected on different areas or different targets.
Who was conducting that training in general?
It was Forensic Pieces is the name of the organization.
And was this a 40-hour course that was focused on law enforcement officers?
Law enforcement, and also it could be civilians that were in the field of doing evidence work.
And did you complete that 40-hour course then?
Yes.
Who are they,
So
Christine?
prior to that course, had you had experience in the field where you had come across bloodstain patterns and had to think about what am I preserving? How am I going to preserve this? And also what other law enforcement decisions have to be made as a result? Is that something you've come across prior to May of 21?
Yes, many times.
And in your course, would this be a fairly common task within this evidence tech assignment that you had had previously?
Yes.
In the course of your career, so from 06 when you received evidence tech training to today's date, do you have a general estimate on how many times you have gone to a scene where there was blood and you had to make basic decisions about what to preserve, what it meant, and then what to do next as law enforcement?
Yes, it'd be a very large number. I'd say definitely in the hundreds, if not more.
Pursuant to your evidence tech duties, did you come to be assigned to come to a scene on May 19, 2020, located at 3709 15th Street, Apartment B?
Yes.
And was that before or after you had attended this advanced certification for blood-stain pattern analysis?
That was before.
Okay. After having received that advanced certification, were you asked to take a look at what had happened at the scene on May 19th, 2020, and form some opinions about what those blood stain patterns might mean?
Yes.
And when you offered those opinions, what, if anything, can you say about whether you had been a personal observer to the stains and the blood back on May 19th of 2020?
On May 19th, I was at the scene. I observed firsthand all the blood stains that were at the residence at the scene. And then also a year later, when I went to this bloodstain school, I went back and looked through the photos that I took in order to determine evaluate those stains further.
Now, in terms of any opinions you offer today, have you testified as an expert in that regard prior to today?
No.
Okay. So I want to turn your attention back to May 19th, 2020, and ask you about what time did you first come to that location?
I was off that day, and I was called in by my supervisor, and I believe it was around 1 or 2 o'clock when I got called in.
Do you know why you were called in the context of what your duties were at that time?
I was a lead evidence technician for the department.
And so when you were called in, did you arrive at the scene?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what the weather was like?
I know it had been raining out previously.
And when you got there, were other law enforcement already there?
Yes.
From the outside, briefly describe what it looked like when you arrived.
When I arrived, there was crime scene tape that was already in place. There were officers and detectives and supervisors were on the scene. I'm
going to show you it's been marked as State's Exhibit number 1, photo number 1, and ask you if you recognize what this is a picture of dating back to May 19th, 2020.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That is when I arrived. That's the north side of the 3709 15th Street.
And at this location, when you got there, what did you do first?
I consulted with my supervisor and the lead detectives as far as what occurred.
I believe the judge has a pointer. Judge, can we borrow your pointer?
Yes.
And he also has a handheld microphone, which I believe he will give you.
So,
Officer, you mentioned crime scene tape. If you see any of that in picture number 1, could you proceed over to the exhibit and just point that out for the jury?
Yes.
We can't hear you, officer.
This yellow tape that you see right here, and then come across this one.
Okay. And officer, is that how you would expect the crime scene tape to be sort of in general utilized at a scene like this when you arrive?
Yes.
Okay, you can have a seat again. So when you are working as an evidence tech, as opposed to the first on the scene set of officers, do you have a separate duty than the first officers would be on scene?
Yes, I do.
And so how does your duty distinct from theirs?
My duty would be to conduct the evidence work, so crime scene management, as far as evaluating what kind of evidence we have on the scene to determine what needs to be processed.
And that would not be the duty of the original patrol officers who arrived?
Correct.
Okay.
let me interrupt if I might. When the witness went on the stand, I remembered him having been sworn, which he was, but
Yes.
not in this trial. It was,
Sure.
it was another hearing. And so I'm going to give you, okay. Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. And has all the testimony you have given thus far today been true and correct to the best of your knowledge, you believe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any question about this?
We'll make the record that we're not going to have the state go back and redirect Officer Van Wee on everything that he's previously testified to. That would just be ludicrous. But I do too just want to make the record that although that was a separate hearing in so much as that the jury wasn't here, that was still after the trial had commenced. That was an afternoon after, I believe, our first day. So the defense has no issue with the state continuing, and if the officer is comfortable with the stipulation, we would stipulate that his previous testimony should have been accepted as if it was under
mean
oath.
This morning?
Correct, this morning.
Yeah,
Okay, that's why I asked him that follow-up question.
because we had already commenced, I'm not sure any of that was absolutely necessary, but it was a good cautious approach. But
Well, I'll tell you what happened is when he came on the stand, I thought, oh, this worked him the other day. And that's pretty typical that they'll say you've already been sworn and the oath continues to apply. And then the reporter mentioned that he hadn't been sworn, and it dawned on me that insofar as in the presence of the jury, he had not. So that's explains it. And any question? Okay, so they've stipulated it. It is as if he had been promptly sworn this morning. And I also agree that it probably wouldn't make any difference because he has been sworn in the context of this case. But you know, we lawyers want to cover everything. So, all right.
all right, so for the record, we are also stipulating. So
Yes, and I apologize for the my error. And go ahead.
So Officer Van Wee, when you arrived at the scene, you consulted with detectives. Did you have an opportunity to see the front of the residence that was not, where your viewpoint was not blocked by vehicles as it is in picture 1?
Yes,
So I'm going to show you now what's been marked as Exhibit 1, Photograph 2, and ask you, is that a less obstructed view of the same location?
yes, it is.
And if you can you point out for the jury where any entrance to apartment 1B is located on this exhibit, and if you know.
Yes. So this door right here is the common entry door, and then this door right here is the sliding glass door, the patio door for apartment 1B.
And
It's 12:30 at night here, and it is 74 degrees Fahrenheit outside. Nah.
ultimately, did you observe the area that was essentially taped off in case anybody wanted to monitor any evidence?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as picture number 1. I'm sorry, Exhibit 1, picture 3, and ask you, does
I'll
that
have to look them up,
is that a
Christine.
viewpoint that gives
I'll
you
write them down.
a good idea
Sounds
of the
good.
area that was taped off?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate depiction of the area around 1B's sliding door area?
Yes, it is.
Now, ultimately, did you go inside the main entrance door that we see depicted on all 3 of these pictures?
Yes.
And when you went inside that, can you describe briefly what happens when you go inside the hallway? You can sit back down, sorry.
Yes, so I walked inside the hallway, and on apartment 1B, I saw dried red fluid stains all on the door itself and around the door.
When you walk in, where is apartment 1B's door in relation to this front entrance?
When I walked in, it would be immediately to the right. There's a staircase, and then there's the apartment 1B door
Is it on the first or the second floor?
on the first floor.
So is it the very first right? Is that 1B?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you now what's been marked as Exhibit 1, Photograph 4, and ask you, do you recognize what that is a picture of in the context of this case?
Yes, that is apartment 1B, the exterior door.
Is that the door you've spoken about already?
Yes.
Is that the stairwell you just brought up?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So what is the vantage point of this picture, if you know?
It's just showing everything in context as far as the stairwell, the mailboxes, and the apartment 1B door.
Where's the photographer at the point? Where's the photographer standing at the point this picture is taken?
A few feet inside the main entrance door.
So this is your view when you see the main entrance door?
It's a couple feet inside, yes.
Okay. When you looked at the area around the door at apartment 1B, you immediately saw some things that caused you concern?
Yes,
And did you, when looking at those, have an opinion as to what those items were in relation to you being concerned?
yes.
What was your opinion about what you might be seeing?
It appeared to be blood on the exterior door and door frame and the walls around the door.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 1, picture or photo 5. Does this picture begin to depict the what you've identified as something that appeared to you to be bloodstains?
Yes, it does.
Okay, could you approach this and simply point out for the jury the places you saw something you thought appeared to be blood?
Yes. So all of these darker stains you see on the red door, all of these things here are, I suspected were blood stains.
There's a number of those. Did you count them all?
I did not.
Is in this photograph, were you attempting to depict them in a broad view?
No.
Okay. Do you recognize, based on your training and experience, that type of blood stain?
Yes.
Okay. What is that type of blood stain?
Impact spatter.
And if you could, I'm going to ask that you sit back down for just a second. You're going to be doing a lot of this. I apologize. Can you explain to the jury, when you use the phrase impact spatter, what do you mean?
So impact spatter is when there's some kind of force which impacts on liquid blood. So force.
Is that the one that hit the couple that had just gotten married and the wife passed away? The drunk driver. They were in a carriage of some sort, and yeah, she was doing 65 in a 65 or 95 in a. Oh, okay. She was really speeding, and she was 0.26, I think. Yeah, her BAC was 0.26 or something like that. Yeah, it sounds awful. Sounds awful. Yeah, they just left their wedding reception and were on the way to a waterside or beachfront villa for their honeymoon. And yeah, nasty. I can't follow it whilst I'm doing this one. I might be able to sleep trial it. I could stream it overnight, maybe. I'll see. But I've got a lot to get through between now and Saturday for the podcast. There's only so many hours and so many trials.
It hit the liquid blood and it would disperse into small blood drops and it would just scatter out.
We can follow it after this one.
So what sort of object causes that sort of blood spatter?
It's either blunt force trauma or gunshots.
And what is blunt force trauma? So that the
Blunt force trauma would be somebody getting struck with some kind of object.
That's what Discord is good for. So there is a heading in there for any trials that you'd like to watch. So anything that you want to recommend, you link them into there so that we can keep track of them and have a look. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, awful.
A bat or a hammer or some sort.
Yep.
And what, if anything, can you say about whether those kind of impact stains that you're talking about would occur when someone is originally struck, or does the surface already have to be bloody for this impact to occur? Does that make sense?
Yes.
If the person's not bleeding, would we see this?
We
Or is
would.
it, hold on, or is it after someone is bleeding?
There would have to be liquid blood involved. So somebody would have to have blood on them in order to cause this.
And based on what you see in this area of the hallway on the door and any other area in this immediate area, can you form an opinion based on your training and experience about how many blows would have to occur onto that bleeding surface?
My training would indicate 2, at least 2, I should say, a minimum of 2. The first one, normally when somebody gets struck the first time, that's what causes the bleeding.
If you go onto that link, that's my channel for today. I generated another. So you can go, that will take you to my Discord channel, and then you'll see a whole list of a menu of things and all the girls are in the general chat part. But there is a heading that's for, trial suggestions for future. So pop it in there. What did I miss? Trial, the dad who unalived his son. There were videos of the dad torturing the son on a treadmill. Oh, okay. That trial was a while ago, yeah. Yeah, so that link will take you to that link there on screen. It's in the chat. Will take you to my Discord channel, and you can have a laugh with the girls. Yeah. How did we get onto food? Oh, they came to our restaurant and ate us on the food. Yeah, we all are. That's why we're here, Dylan. Yeah, so if you find something really interesting, chuck it in there, and that way I can look it up and keep an eye on it.
And then the second time is where that blood would actually come off that person and disperse.
Mine too.
And are you able to tell based on the
I didn't
evidence?
even know daylight savings had changed until 2 weeks later. That's how little I watch normal TV.
In the immediate vicinity of the outer door of 1B and in the hallway, whether this door
Yum.
was open or closed at the time of these initial blows that you've described so far.
Judge, I'm going to object that this goes against the prior ruling that he
On the
can't talk about
screen.
specific events.
And it should be.
I think
Oh, thanks,
I'm not
Ed.
talking about sequence. I'm asking whether you can tell if somebody's
there's
outside or
speculation involved. There's speculation involved.
It's not, and I can
I
explain
think
why.
there is.
Okay,
All right, but we'll have our first
Sure.
5-minute break of the day. Let's go in the library just for a second. Don't talk about the case, and if you need to go upstairs for a second, you can, but we'll be back with you
We'd
shortly.
have to put it in for you, Lala's mum.
Pretty sure.
Because I'm useless. Are they going to argue? When do they come back? All right. There.
In the actual door jam itself.
And so far you've indicated that you observed what you believe is at least 2 blows based on what you talked about.
Correct.
Okay. After having observed this area in the hallway area, did you proceed into the apartment as well at some point?
Yes.
And did you observe things within the apartment that also caused you concern?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Let me turn your attention then to exhibit 1, photo 34. And if in general, can you tell me what this area is if you recognize it?
So that is the inside of the door of apartment 1B, the door we're just looking at in the hallway. This is the inside of it. And then you can see all these dark circular stains all over the wall and over the door, which are consistent with impact spatter.
Okay. And so this is the door closed?
Correct.
So where is the photographer approximately located when they take this picture?
Probably about 4 or 5 feet away inside the apartment.
And if I go into the sort of open doorway off on the side there, what room am I going into? On the what would be on the right of the exhibit?
Inside here is the kitchen area.
Okay. What room are we in from our vantage point looking at this door?
The living room.
Okay. So now I'm going to turn your attention to photo 35. What else does this show us in terms of pieces of furniture that we may be focused on or area of the apartment that we might be focused on? What additional things can we see at this vantage point?
So this photo, you can see that this floor mat here, you can actually see the outline on the floor of where it used to be. And then if you look, you can see the little circular stains from the impact spatter on the wall. There are actually impact spatter stains on the wall behind this, which would indicate that this floor mat was moved to that position after those stains arrived there.
And then what is the piece of furniture in general that we see on the right side of the exhibit against the wall?
It's a gray table or cabinet.
And what is the black piece of furnishing that's on the left end of the exhibit?
But this is a couch in the living room.
Now I'm going to turn your attention
Morning,
to
Cindy.
exhibit photo 36. So is this that same door?
I was just saying to the girls, put the any ideas you've got for trials, chuck the link into the Discord menu that's for future trial suggestions, and I can remember them and look them up.
Yes.
Okay, could you point out what, if anything, you see that causes you to reach any conclusions in
You found
photo
it then.
36?
The stain there are these circular red stains that you see all over the door consistent with impact spatter.
And then on the far right of this exhibit, is there something that you can see as well?
Look out, Uda Hef, they've
It's,
all
another-
invaded.
Are the stains that we see in this picture, is it your opinion those are blood based on what you have seen in this case?
Yes, it is.
And are those impact stains?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so are they a distinct blow from the blows that you've talked about so far that were where we talked about the hallway and outer door evidence, or are they?
Oh, whoops. Don't know how that happened. Okay. Obviously, I can't go into Discord whilst I'm on. Oopsie. Let's get back to where we were. Idiot. What a dipshit. Who did that? Okay, let me find the spot we're at. And share screen.
Talk about?
Yes.
Okay. And then as to 32,
Sorry,
is that an even more close up of the stain in the door jamb that you?
that was me trying to multitask.
Okay. Is there anything else that you noted that you thought was of importance in the outer hallway, outer door, or door frame or door jamb from the outside of the apartment?
Just the fact that there was impact spatter stain on the door, and then on both sides of the door, and then in the actual door jamb itself.
And so far you've indicated that you observed what you believe is at least 2 blows based on what you've talked about.
Correct.
Okay. After having observed this area in the hallway area, did you proceed into the apartment as well at some point?
Yes.
And did you observe things within the apartment that also caused you concern?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Let me turn your attention then to exhibit 1, photo 34. And if, in general, can you tell me what this area is if you recognize it?
So that is the inside of the door of apartment 1B, the door we're just looking at in the hallway. This is the inside of it, and then you can see all these dark circular stains all over the wall and over the door, which are consistent with impact scatter.
Okay, and so this is the door closed?
Correct.
So where is the photographer approximately located when they take this picture?
Probably about 4 or 5 feet away inside the apartment.
Okay. And if I go into the sort of open doorway off on the side there, what room am I going into? On the what would be on the right of the exhibit?
Inside here is the kitchen area.
Okay. What room are we in from our vantage point
Yum.
looking at this door?
The living room.
Okay. So now you can turn your attention to photo 35. What else does this show us in terms of pieces of furniture that we may be focused on or area of the apartment that we might be focused on? What additional things can we see at this vantage point?
So this photo, you can see that this floor mat here, you can actually see the outline on the floor where it used to be. And then if you look, you can see the little circular stains from the impact scatter on the wall. There are actually impact scatter stains on the wall behind this, which would indicate that this floor mat was moved to that position after those stains arrived there.
And then what is the piece of furniture in general that we see on the right side of the exhibit against the wall?
It's a gray table or cabinet.
And what is the black piece of furnishing that's on the left end of the exhibit?
This is a couch in the living room.
Now I'm going to turn your attention to exhibit photo 36. So is this that same door?
Yes.
Okay, could you point out what, if anything, you see that causes you to reach any conclusions in photo 36?
The same, there are those circular red stains that you see all over the door are consistent with impact scatter.
And then on the far right of this exhibit, is there something that you can see as well?
It's another stain,
Okay.
a blood stain right there.
Are the stains that we see in this picture, is it your opinion those are blood based on what you have seen in this case?
Yes, it is.
And are those impact stains?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so are they a distinct blow from the blows that you've talked about so far that were where we talked about the hallway and outer door evidence, or could they be the same blow as you?
Where is it?
These stains are similar to the stains that you saw on the exterior of apartment 1B door.
Okay, similar meaning that they could be the same blow or not?
Not the same blow, the same pattern.
Okay, but my question is, could they be the same blow?
They could not.
Okay, so this is a different impact.
Correct.
And this one, based on where this is located, is the evidence is in the interior of the apartment?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to ask you now to take a look at photo 37. Is this even closer up for a portion of the door?
Yes, this is showing the mid door and then lower down on the mid door, the impact stains that are all, you can see.
There's a number of them throughout the photo.
Correct.
Now I'm going to show you photo 38. Is this the top of that door?
Correct.
What is of significance here?
So same, you can see the impact spider stains both on the door, on the wall, and above the door.
So, officer, you've shown some low stains and some stains that are above the door. Should that have any significance to us based on your training and experience, that some are so high and some are low?
It depends on the distance that the subject was standing in.
Might have to go and get the.
So without knowing more, you're not able to make a conclusion about that?
Correct.
Okay. Then I'm going to show you now what's been marked as photo 39. Is this also that door, but over on the side of it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So what do we see here that's of significance?
Same, you got impact spider stains, and you can see some smaller ones that you observe have tails on that indicate that the blood is traveling downward.
And do you have an opinion based on your training and experience why some are larger
I
than
love
others?
everything.
Impact spider stains are going to hang off in all different sizes and shapes.
So again, that doesn't mean anything specific,
It does not.
and that is consistent with your training and experience?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you now what's been marked as photograph 41. Exhibit 1. Is this a close-up of some of what we've been observing?
Yes, it is.
And so when we get close up, what do we see that matters to you, if anything?
You can just see that, again, same as prior, that the drop is hitting the surface, and then as it flows down as it dries. So that's dry, and it wound up being, it's dry here, but it wound up being solid from flowing down.
You said that's partly a function of how much blood is located in the droplet?
Yes,
Okay. If it's a smaller one, it doesn't have a tail?
that's not necessarily true.
Oh, okay.
If it's smaller, if it's a very, like, just a pinhead type stain, then it's not going to, you're not going to see this little bit of flow in it.
All right, I'm going to show you now what's been marked as exhibit 42. Are all the dots we see, again, consistent with impact pattern bloodstains?
Yes, they are.
And then I'm going to show you exhibit 43. Is that a close-up of some of those same pattern bloodstains?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 44. Is this above the entire door frame? Is that a close-up of some of those that we saw in the larger photo?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as photo 45. Again, a closer up on some that we saw in the more distant one before.
Correct.
And then I'm going to show you 46. Again, even a little more close as to some of the specific ones we saw, much smaller in another photo.
Correct. And it's just showing that these are circular stains.
As to the blood stain impact pattern evidence that you've talked about around the door and this wall, are you able to reach a conclusion in this area of the apartment as to how many blows caused the blood stain impact patterns?
A minimum of 1.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as photograph 50. As to 50, about midway between the light socket and the mat, are there a couple of things that cause you interest or concern? A few things?
Yes, you can see impact pattern stains above the mat and on the side mat, and then above the mat.
And then I'm going to focus you or ask you to take a look at photo 51. That's the area you say where the mat was located previously, correct?
Correct. You can see the outline in the carpet from where the mat was.
And one more time, based on something on the wall, can you also tell that the mat has been moved after the blood impact hit or not?
Yes. So if we took away that mat, then you would see blood stains on the wall. So that mat had been placed there after these stains were deposited on the wall.
To simplify, otherwise the mat would block them.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked then as exhibit 52. What is this? What matters to us in terms of this vantage point, if anything?
So a different angle, looking at their blood stains, where you can see almost in totality from them being on the wall above the door and how low they go on the door.
And how low do they go on the door?
To the bottom of the door.
Okay. Show you what's been marked as exhibit 53. Does this, again, give you an opportunity to see some things close up?
Yes. And again, same thing where you're seeing the impact pattern on the back of the door.
Was the door handle or door knob that we see in this picture, was that of note to you as well?
There was actually blood stain on the doorknob and locking handle itself.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 54. Is that visible on that?
Yes, you can see the right there.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at a different vantage point of that same room that we were in, picture 55. Do you recognize that vantage point?
Yes, I do.
So where's a person standing or located when they point their phone or camera this direction?
They're near the patio doors.
So that couch we've talked about and that table we've talked about, correct?
Yes.
There appears to be another room. It's got a bike located in it. What is that room, if you know?
Dinette area.
And what, if any, blood evidence are you seeing in this picture that was of note to you?
In this picture, you're seeing overall some stains in the living room, both on the couch, where you can see saturation stains, which have flow pattern on them here, and also that's saturated pool of blood in the middle of the living room.
Officer, where was the largest concentration of blood you saw on the scene?
On the living room floor.
Is that in this picture?
Yes, it is.
And how would you characterize that concentration of blood based on your experience in crime scenes? How would you concentrate it? How would you characterize that if you would?
Passive blood stain, which means that the blood that arrived here is from gravity, just natural. It's not projected out in any kind of way. So it's pool blood, which means that the source was in the same area for a while, and that blood is just coming off that source and then just saturating, pooling up on that area.
Now, when you say a while, do you mean hours, or do you mean minutes or seconds? Or do you have any idea?
As far as this calls for speculation and an expert opinion that Officer Danby would not be qualified to provide.
Sure. Do you have any idea how long somebody would be there to believe that much?
Again, I'm going to object as far as speculation.
Officer, you've been to crime scenes before,
Correct.
including scenes where people were bleeding actively
Yes.
from a variety of types of wounds.
Correct.
Okay. How many times have you been to scenes where you were aware of and know that people were actively bleeding?
A great number.
More than 100?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity then to do the evidence work? In other words, to observe the blood and be the one who took all the notations, did all the recording of
Mate,
where a
you
person
cannot-
bled and how much they bled?
Yes.
You cannot quantify how fast someone bled that amount. It varies. So many variables. Where it was it arterial? Were they on blood thinners? Like, you cannot. Don't even go there. Don't lay the foundation for shit that ain't important. Like,
Based on all of that experience, would it take hours for somebody to deposit this much blood?
Again,
Or minutes?
I'm going to object as far as speculation because this officer doesn't know, and foundation, because this officer has no idea
Yeah.
what type of injury led
yes,
to that pooling of blood.
exactly.
Other than the, and so this particular blood, based on the pattern, is somebody bleeding onto the floor. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's not an impact stain. It's none of those.
Correct.
Okay.
It's passive. It's from gravity.
Is there other blood that you haven't pointed out yet in this picture that caused you concern or that was of note?
Yes. So in this area here, you can see the darker spots. All these are, again, they're drip stains. And those drip stains are, again, from gravity. It's from falling down off of a person. It's not from being projected in any kind of way. So just gravity causing those things to just fall onto the floor.
And those go from where to where in the apartment? It's kind of hard to orient ourselves in a picture. So those start where and go to where?
I don't know where they go
I
between.
don't mean, I'm sorry, I didn't mean where they begin and end. I just mean for purposes of your pointing them out.
Right.
What's the length?
They are roughly between the dinette area over here, and they go to a little bit down below the saturation stain and the living room.
Can you characterize the distance we're talking about there?
All right. So
Probably approximately
he's going to go through
the same impact spider stains.
all the blood stains.
Where that is there. And on here.
These items, all the stains you're looking at least from your observation, it's your
And
opinion
we
of
have
blood.
a break,
And what if anything, can you say about whether they are blood specks?
and then we look at some
Is
more
it close up of one of
pictures.
those locations?
Yes, it is.
Where is it?
Another blood dot,
The circular
Mhm.
stain right here,
Does that appear to be, do
one on the roof.
going down that way.
you know where on the ceiling these were located?
These were pretty much in the middle of the living room.
Let me turn your attention to another,
Okay.
let me show you what's been marked as 170. Are all of what we see here that separate thing you just talked about?
So I can't make a determination if these are actually impacts pattern, impact pattern on this cable, because that's how the appearance of these are smaller than what we noted on the door. So I can't form anything as to actually if this was actually impacts
No.
pattern or if this was like exploration or something different.
Keep
So
going.
now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 185. Is this essentially the far end of the same table?
Yes, it is.
And does this have anything different or anything additional to note?
No, same.
Same.
We're going to skip.
After having been at the scene that you described at 1B on the 19th, about what time on the 20th did you participate in any kind of search of that neck one address?
It was midday, so I'd say around 12 or 1.
Had you showered in the meantime?
Yes.
And what, if anything, can you say about whether you wore the same clothes on the 20th as on the 19th?
So I changed of clothes.
So on the 20th, when you arrived, did you go with a group of officers?
I did not.
Okay. When you arrived there, did you make observations and take some photographs as part of the observations you made?
Yes, I did.
Were you also involved in the collection of some evidence at that neck one address on the 20th?
Yes.
I'm going to first ask you to take a look at Exhibit 1, Picture 254. Ask you to recognize that in the context of May 20th.
Yes, I did.
What is that?
The Dodge Caravan.
And was this a Dodge Caravan that you photographed while you were there on May 20th?
Yes, it is.
And did you also take note of at least some items within that particular vehicle?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as picture 321, again, exhibit 1. Officer, are you the one, is that another picture you recognize?
Yes.
What do you recognize that as?
The Audi vehicle that was at the property.
So this was a separate vehicle?
Correct.
Did you take the 2 pictures I've shown you thus far on the 20th, as best you know?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now going to show you what's been marked as picture 261. And did you at some point look in the minivan?
Yes, it is.
And is this a viewpoint that was familiar to you when you looked in the minivan?
Yes, it is.
And what is that that's on the dashboard, if you know?
It's a receipt from Walmart.
Did you take possession of that
Yes, it is.
and put it in evidence?
Yes.
And if you recall, was it dated May 18th?
Yes, it was.
Always a Walmart. Now we
Now
just
show you
need to
what's
wait for the
marked as,
back
picture number
door.
262,
reference.
again from the minivan. Do you recognize that being found in the minivan?
Yes, I do.
Is this again a picture you took?
Yes.
And based on the documents inside this item, whose wallet or billfold is this?
Mr. Anderson's.
Then I'm going to ask you to take a look at picture 263. Is that a viewpoint within the minivan that you took a picture of on May 20th?
Yes.
Is that the condition that the minivan looked like it was in when you took those pictures on May 20th?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at 258. Again, is this a picture within that minivan that you took on May 20th?
Yes.
Did you get inside the vehicle, move around in the vehicle to take any of these pictures?
I did not.
So how did you manage to take the group of pictures that you took that day?
From standing on the outside of the vehicle.
Now, did you also go inside the residence as part of the pictures you took?
Yes, I did.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at picture number 265. Just indicate to me, is this the way the residence looked when you and other officers were involved in searching the residence?
Yes.
In general, where is this located, if you know, within the residence?
On the back porch.
Then I'm going to show you what is listed as photo 266. Ask you, is that also an accurate reflection of what you saw at the residence?
Yes.
And where in the residence?
Big
is this
sky.
located?
It's on the first main floor.
Ask you to take a look at picture 267. Is that a picture of a view you recognize from the Mequon residence on May 20th?
Yes.
And what is that picture of in terms of the area?
That's, as far as my recollection, it's also on the first floor.
Okay. Now, is there a television mounted on the wall in this picture
Yes, there is.
with a couch located on it as well or by it?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as picture 270 and ask you if you recognize that picture.
Yes.
And where is that? What's the vantage point of that?
That picture is also on the first floor.
Is this again still that Mequon address on May 20th?
Yes, it is.
And then finally, can you take a look at picture 297? And is that a picture of a viewpoint you recognize within that Mequon address?
Yes, it is.
Do those appear to be car seats, or when I say car seats, I mean seats that fit into a car as to be able to provide extra seating in a car?
Yes, it is.
So this is where
Ultimately, did you
Zachariah
go out
Anderson
to
lived.
the Mequon address and take a look at the yard and essentially a fire pit at that residence?
Yes, I did.
And if you recall, on the 20th, what's your recollection of the weather on the 20th? On the 19th, you said it was rainy. What about on the 20th, if you remember?
It was not raining.
Okay. And had it rained multiple days before that, to your knowledge?
Yes.
On the 20th, I'm going to ask you to take a look at photograph 264. Ask if you recognize what that is again for May 20th.
That's the backyard of the residence?
And in this picture, can we see a long view of the fire pit?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so where is it?
It's right in the middle of the picture.
And where is the residence, the primary residence, in relation to this picture?
It's from where the picture was taken.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you photograph 272. And is that a close-up picture of something?
Good morning.
Fire pit.
Okay, so that's the same place.
It's a
closer up.
restream,
So
darling.
when you got to the fire pit on the 20th in midday,
We have a podcast that we're going to analyze and break down this trial on Saturday. So we're covering the trial this week to make sure that we're all caught up.
if anything, did you note about its heat or fire or any of those kind of things?
There were still hot spots within the fire pit itself.
And did you, as part of your work, do some collection of evidence from any contents in the fire pit?
Yes, I did.
So what do you recall about what the operation was to try to recover items from this fire pit in the Mequon location, in the Mequon address?
On the 20th, on this day here, there was a few items that were visible that we collected from the fire pit. And we wound up having the Mequon Fire Department come out and lightly spray it down with water to the effect of the hot spots. And then we wound up coming back the next day on the 21st with the Department of Justice to sift through the fireplace.
Okay, what I'm interested in right now is anything you can say was in essentially the top layer of materials. So things, I assume a fire is just like anything else, right? What's on the top appears to be the most recently burned. Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay, so I'm interested in what is, so if you had to dig deep or manipulate deeply to see any items, I'd like you to be sure you tell us that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
As opposed to being surface items that are fairly readily visible in the upper levels. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm first going to ask you if within the fire pit, if photograph 273 is familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and so again, is this something where anyone had to dig down deep, or is this on the surface levels, the top levels of this fire pit?
Those are on the surface level.
Okay, so what is first of all, if you could take the pointer again, right? Sorry, and if you could come up there and tell me what the white object is that's sort of in the center of this exhibit, which is Exhibit 273.
This white object here is part of a sock.
So I'm now going to show you on the overhead. First of all, Exhibit 188. This will take a second to switch over. So, do you see Exhibit 188?
Yes.
Is that the same white object that we just looked at?
Yes, it is.
That's close up.
Yes.
Are you even better able to identify what that object is in this picture?
I'm not.
The white object? No.
This, I believe this is a sock.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you another exhibit. What's the number? 191. 191. Does that appear to be the same object we just showed you?
Yes, it does.
And what is that?
So, partially burned sock that has what Hanes on it.
Okay. The word Hanes.
Correct.
H-A-N-E-S.
That's correct.
Okay. And was this in the fire pit itself with all the soot and et cetera that a fire pit has?
Yes.
Okay. The other item that we saw in 273, there was a blue item towards the top near where the sock was. Were you able to see that as well?
Yes.
And when you saw that, were you able to identify ultimately what that was?
Yes.
What was it?
That was a label from a Lysol bottle.
Okay. Is Lysol a type of bleach?
Yes, it is.
All right. So now I'm going to ask that you take a look at picture 284. Tell me if you can identify 284 in the context of what we just said about 273. Is that the same object?
Yes, it
Is
is.
that a close-up of that object?
Yes.
And again, does it appear to be covered, dirt covered, was in a fire pit?
Mhm.
Then ultimately, did you also find some things that you believed were buttons in that fire pit?
Yes.
And were there multiple buttons?
Yes, there were.
So I'm first going to show you picture 189.
Because
Do you see a
apparently Sadie was out partying with this guy, Gutierrez Jr., and palming the kids off when it was her time to look after them. And apparently there was some alleged drug involvement, and he wanted to look up who he was and who she was bringing around his children. Basically, that's what he said in his interview. Apparently there was someone was like, who was it saying? I can't remember, but there was apparently some text messages between Sadie and the victim about conspiring to break Zachariah's leg or something, but it was not allowed in pre-trial in the hearings. So I don't know. I don't know how much truth there is to that, but I love RA. He is the main reason that I'm here. Yeah. Yes, that was. Yes, it was. Yes. Yes. Yes.
an item that is a button in this picture?
Yes, I do. Right.
Can you briefly describe where that's located?
It's on the surface of in the fire.
Okay, and ultimately, were some buttons then recovered by you?
Yes.
Were there close-up photos taken of some of those?
Yes, there were.
All right, I'm going to now show you what's been listed as 190, I believe. Is this again a
Can you
picture
tell
of a
us,
button taken from
Teresa?
that fire pit? Now it's sooted and appears to have some damage on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you able to read the label of that particular button?
We determined it said Levi Strong.
Okay, and then I'm going to show you, what's this one? 224. Ask you to take a look at Exhibit
Nice
224.
try.
Are those additionally buttons that were taken from the same fire pit at the Mequon address?
Yes, sir.
And again, are those were they soot-filled, damaged through the fire?
Yes.
And were you able to identify what label those buttons had?
Yes, you can see it says revised and installed.
Were you able to find any other undergarment type clothing in the fire pit?
Yes, we will.
And what else do you remember finding?
Underwear, yes, you can actually see where it's at fruited loom.
So I'm going to show you what's been
Fruited loom?
I'm going to show you what's been marked as photo 282. Is 282 the underwear band that you were speaking of?
Yes, it is.
And ultimately, Fruit of the Loom could be read on there?
You can actually see the L in here. Oh.
Thank you.
All the evidence we just talked about, did you collect all those pieces of evidence?
Yes.
On May
looked like you did
21st,
like a pig.
were you back at the, you can sit back down. On May 21st, were you back at the Mequon address and working on evidence that may have been recovered from the fire pit?
Yes, I was.
And were there any other items that appeared to be possibly connected to footwear that were found in the fire pit that you at least?
Objection meeting.
What, if anything, did you find related to footwear in the fire pit on May 21st?
Found steel toes that would have been from steel toe shoes.
On May 25th, 2020, what, if anything, can you say you did regarding collecting evidence from any sinks at any locations?
I was directed by my supervisor to go both to the that's 3709 15th Street address and to the Mequon address to actually obtain the contents of the caches and all the sinks at both locations.
And did you do that to the best of your ability?
Yes, I did.
On May 27th, 2020, did you have occasion to attempt or to go to a address in Random Lake, essentially a tree farm, a larger tree farm?
Yes, I did.
And were you part of an effort that involved a number of agencies to look through that address for possible evidence?
Yes.
And pursuant to that, how long were you there on the date of the 27th at your estimation?
I was there for probably 5 or 6 hours at least.
Okay. And then on that same day, did you proceed back to the Mequon address to take samples from a particular item for possible testing as well?
Yes.
And what was that to your, to the best of your memory?
As a sheet for a knife.
On July 29th, 2020, did you have occasion to go back to the Random Lake address, in other words, that large tree farm?
Yes.
And again, did you participate with multiple parties to, again, do a search of that property?
Yes.
In the two Random Lake visits, were you a person who was a primary evidence collector there, or did you simply have a role to be an assister of looking through what items there might be there?
My primary role is evidence collection.
Okay. Judge, I do have one other area that I'd like to inquire on, but I'd prefer to ask the court's permission before I did that. So it will take a brief moment for me to do that. Otherwise, I'm concluded except for that one area that I wanted permission to go into. As well as cross-examination of multiple witnesses. The state is asking that those things that were sent to the crime lab be able to be explained, and why they were sent to the crime lab be able to be explained. So in this case, at the Mequon address during the search
Or
warrant
I
on May,
think
or
that's
the
on
search on May
presence of the
20th,
jury.
Officer Van Wee was alerted.
Surfaces, there could be transfer stains, correct?
Objection. The evidence is that this left had no.
Exhibit 77.
Cross-examination.
Further, a separate component of.
Calls for speculation.
I was informed to collect those.
Based on what information?
I'm going to object to your say and speculation.
If he's not permitted to testify as to what whomever gave him the direction to do it was thinking, as to why, he can't testify with a command because it's a non-hearsay statement, not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. But
I was informed to collect those 2 items because they could advertise on those 2 items.
I'm going to object. That call is now for a conclusion. It's being offered for the truth of the matter. This witness can, I'm asking that that be struck.
that portion that says a cadaver dog hit on the items is it's an historical fact, or what is claimed to be an historical fact, something that happened. So it becomes an assertion, and the person who made the statement, whoever it was asserting that the dog had done that. And he has not indicated he's got personal knowledge of that, so he's not allowed to relay that information to you. That is
Yes.
classical hearsay, so that objection is sustained. But I'm just striking that portion as to why he picked up the item. Any question?
I have nothing further.
Thank you, Judge. If I can just have a brief moment, because we're gonna have to change out the boards for the media so I can put things up on the screen.
Please.
Thank you.
They were basic evidence courses for new evidence technicians on our department.
So they weren't only about bloodstain pattern analysis.
Correct.
So how many courses have you taught that have just been about bloodstain pattern analysis?
None.
And how many publications do you have as it relates to bloodstain pattern analysis work?
No publications.
And besides, in this case, you wrote a report on your findings as it relates to the stain patterns in this case?
That's correct.
Prior to this case, how many reports have you written on bloodstain pattern analysis work?
I've had bloodstain pattern as part of my reports through my whole entire career. I've never written a separate component of just a bloodstain pattern analysis report on its own.
So 0.
None on its own, but I've written plenty of times in reports on bloodstain pattern analysis.
But that's just more of your observation of what you viewed, not any firm opinions on the stains.
Correct.
So as far as firm opinions on stains viewed, prior to this case, you've never written a report to that extent.
Correct.
And how many times have you testified in court as an expert to bloodstain pattern analysis?
None.
You talked to the jury and to all of us about your course that you took. I've asked you a little bit about it. You said that you took and completed that course in August of 2021.
It was in 2021, August, sounds about right?
And you were at the scene of Mr. Gutierrez's apartment in May of 2020.
Correct.
So at the time that you were taking these photos and observing the bloodstains in this case, you had not yet completed that 40-hour bloodstain pattern analysis course.
That's correct.
So when you testified earlier about being at hundreds of crime scenes where there's blood present, in those hundreds of situations, you weren't testifying as an expert or acting as a bloodstain pattern analysis expert in those cases.
That's correct.
You had testified that when you arrived on May 19th, 2020 at 3709 15th Street, that you had talked to the lead detectives in the case.
That's correct.
Who, to your understanding, who were those lead detectives?
Detective Korea and Detective Anschutz.
And you talked about how you entered the front of the residence, correct?
Correct.
And Jessica, if you'd be so kind to pull up exhibit 1, photo 2. Thank you. And so you said you walked in that front door, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about points of entry into the building and Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, correct?
Yes.
You talked about the screen door to the right of that main door,
Yes.
and there's also a window that went into Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, correct?
Correct.
From being at the crime scene on May 19th, 2020, you're aware that there's also another entry into the main hallway of the building, correct?
Yes.
And that's directly, if you walk in that main door, if you walk all the way back, there's another door that goes out the back.
Correct.
And did you process any evidence there?
No.
Did you take any pictures of that exit or entry?
It's a common door area, so no, I didn't.
Okay. But it could have been a point of entry into that building, correct?
To the building, yes.
And because on the other side of that door is a green area, right?
Yes.
And then up there's, and then after the green area, there's another parking lot, correct?
Correct.
So it's accessible to go in and out that way into this building.
Yes.
Thank you, Jessica, I don't need that one anymore. For a lot of the exhibits that we went through, I'm not going to go through each and every one of them again. You talked about the vast majority of them being impact stains, correct?
Correct.
And you had said and told the jury that that happens when something hits something else that has blood on it, and it's the product of that action, correct?
Yes.
And in your findings and in your opinion, you believed that that was consistent with blunt force trauma, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that there's a very big difference between blunt force trauma and sharp force trauma, correct?
Yes.
And blunt force trauma is more indicative, as you had mentioned before, being hit with something such as a baseball bat or a golf club, a hammer, you had said, correct?
That's correct.
Sharp force injury is going to be something more indicative of something that's sharp, right?
Yes.
Like a knife blade,
Correct.
a scalpel,
Yes.
the blade of it. Correct. Yeah, thank you, Judge. The blade of an axe.
Correct.
Okay. And in your experience, and just your crime scene experience, and looking and observing bloody scenes, you'd agree that sharp force impact produces a specific type of stain, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, you did not see a stain that was consistent with sharp force injury, correct?
Sharp force, knife wounds can actually cause drip stains. So there's drip stains on the carpet in that apartment. So like if somebody gets stabbed, the blood can drip, gravity will pull that blood down to the ground. So
But as far as the stains themselves, if we have someone, just an example, that slits someone's throat, that often will create a type of pattern that's very linear in appearance, correct?
as I mentioned earlier, it would like an artery, a major artery it would cause arterial spurt. So there's like a V pattern.
But it's going to be more in a straight line.
Yes.
It's not going to be the impact spatter, random dots that we see consistently throughout this apartment.
Correct.
Those stains, as we stated before, are more in line with blunt force trauma.
That's correct.
And when you are doing a blood stain pattern analysis, can you explain to the jury a process called road mapping and what that is and how it can be helpful?
Yes. So road mapping would be taking each individual stain. So we looked at a whole lot of different stains today. Road mapping would be taking each individual stain and use tape, like measuring tape, and put it around those stains and through those stains. So it would be for each individual, we would label those stains. And you also you go a little bit further and you pick random blood stains that have the directionality, that tail we talked about. And you would actually pick like a random amount, like 7 or 8 of them out in all different locations. And then we would mark those and label those.
And that was not done in this case, correct?
Correct.
And that can be helpful in determining sequence of events, correct?
Yes.
And better be able to explain what maybe happened at a place where we see these type of stains, correct?
Can give you the height. So you can after doing reconstruction on it, it can give you an approximate height of where a person was struck.
There were a lot of times where the state had asked you about whether the stains were indicative of more than one blow, and you said that there would be a minimum of one. Do you remember answering in that type of way?
Yes.
And you say a minimum of one because you really can't be sure.
I didn't, in the photos, I didn't see any stains that were on top of stains, which would indicate 2. So because of the fact I didn't see any, or directionality going in different places, because of that, I gave the word minimum.
But it could be more than one.
Correct.
Attorney Gutierrez, you could be so kind to pull up Exhibit 66. Just for the record, having the state pull up Exhibit 1, Photo 66. You remember testifying at length about the blood splatter on that gray console table that stood about 3 feet high when you first walked into the apartment, correct?
Correct.
And this was one of the stains you talked about that was different from the impact stains that are seen on the front and top of that console.
Correct.
And then, Jessica, if you could just go to Exhibit 67. Thank you. And so, and you also talked about the one that we can see to the right of the stain I was just referring to, that you two said that that's different from the impact stains that were on the front, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that the second one, it does appear that it is
Well, seeing-
overlapping on top of that impact stain pattern, correct?
That's
Correct.
bullshit.
So that would be indicative of that didn't
Yeah.
occur at the same
And
time
the
that the impact
twins were
stains had resulted
like
on that
4.
console.
The twin
You
boys
also
were
talked about how it's a
like 4.
different type of stain, so that could mean something different, right?
Yes.
And it's important to note what stains are different because it could be indicative of something else, such as a suspect being injured, and that could be from them, correct?
It's possible, yes.
And so it's important in evidence processing and technician that if you see an area where there's multiple different types of stains, that you should take a swab from each of those stains to determine if one could possibly be belonging to a suspect, correct?
It would be smart to do that, yes.
Okay, and in this case, those 2 stains that we see here on the media console that are different from the impact splatter were not swabbed, correct?
I do not know the answer to that.
You did not swab them,
Correct.
and you're not aware if any other officer did or didn't.
Officer Whiteheart conducted the swabs.
Okay. Then, if we could pull up Exhibit 77. This is State's Exhibit 1, Photo 77. This one, when you were testifying, you said that that was different than the other stains seen as well, correct?
It's a passive stain.
And passive, as you've explained many times, is just something falling
Oh,
from a
you're
blood source.
talking about Laurie Shaver.
For gravity.
So, well, I think it's
Yeah.
always gravity, right? So the main thing is that it's a bloody, something that has
Yeah,
blood already
there
on
is.
it, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
And so it could be from an item, like if there was a bloody.
That one, there is a playlist on my channel. It's Laurie Shaver. Fire pit. I can't remember. Buried in the backyard. Buried in the backyard trial. Yeah, the whole trial's on there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, there was Shaver, Farris, and this one, all three. She's a piece of work. She's a piece of work, that one.
Money bag, right?
Could be from anything.
It could also be if someone had been cut, could have dropped from that way as well.
It's the only drop in that area though, so I would imagine that it came from, if somebody was cut, that you'd have multiple drops in that area.
So you agree though that there were no other stains on the kitchen floor other than this one, correct?
Correct.
And that even on the floor, the carpet, as much as you could see, there weren't any other passive drop stains, correct?
In that direct area.
There was not.
There was, I believe, a couple of possible ones in front of that table, that elevator table.
Sure, but you'd agree this is behind the gray table in the kitchen.
Correct.
So I'm saying in that immediate area right there before the kitchen, there were not any other passive drop stains that you had observed.
That is correct.
Okay. And so did you swab this?
I didn't take swabs.
Okay. And you don't know if anyone else had swabbed that particular location?
I do not know.
And one of the things too, the state had asked you a little bit on passive drop stains, the size of the stain is indicative of how far away the source of that blood was from where you can see the stain, correct?
Yes.
And so you said you wouldn't be able to make that determination without doing without doing an experiment.
Correct.
So how many experiments did you do in this case to determine in the areas where you had passive drops, how far the item or individual would have to have been from the location that that drop was seen?
Again, I did not attend that school until after this, so I did not do any experimentations.
And there were no experimentations at all as it relates to the blood evidence in this case, correct?
That's correct.
And there are things that are available, such as reconstruction experiments.
Yes.
There's also experiments that you could do to determine potential weapons, correct?
Yes.
So an experiment you could have done was to determine what kind of weapon was done here, used in this situation, but that wasn't done, correct?
I can say that there has not been any blood reconstruction on my department in the 20 years I've worked there.
And you don't have a murder weapon, correct? To be able to determine what caused the stains necessarily.
Correct.
On direct examination, you were asked about a latex glove that was found in the bathroom.
Yes.
And did you swab, or do you know if that was swabbed or sent to the crime lab?
I did not.
Did you take it into evidence?
I collected for evidence.
Okay. Did you see blood on that glove?
I did not.
And so we see all this blood in here. Even if someone was wearing gloves, based on the blood stains that we can see, it's highly probable, in your opinion, that there would have been blood on the gloves of the assailant.
Objection seems like it would be speculative.
The amount of blood that you see here, is it likely or is it possible that some of this blood would have wound up on the individuals who were inside of that apartment?
Yes.
And in your experience, if there's gloves, if you wear gloves, and there's blood on a glove, if you're touching surfaces, there could be transfer stains, correct?
Objection. The evidence is that this glove had no detectable blood on it, so it's hypothetical of a fact, not an evidence.
My understanding is the state's offering Mr. Van Wee as an expert, so I can give him a hypothetical question.
If it's relevant.
Correct. And if the state's going to continue a theory that the assailant in this case was wearing gloves, I think that would be relevant. They've opened that door.
Go ahead.
Thank you. You can answer the question if you remember.
If somebody had blood on their glove hand and would touch the surface, there would be transfer stains from the blood.
And you didn't see any transfer stains from what appeared to be a hand or anything in this particular case?
Correct.
There were points where you talked about specific patterns. We saw it on, primarily, I think where you were talking about it was the white tables that were close to the patio door. And you said that that type of pattern could be indicative of really one of two things, an aspiration missed or that resulting from a gunshot. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you had said that there was no evidence of a gun being used. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
What did you mean by that there was no evidence of a gun being used in this case?
So if a gunshot actually goes all the way through, so perforates somebody, that doesn't just penetrates, goes in and stays in. If it perforates and goes in one side and exits the other, it's going to, first of all, the bullet's going to travel and strike somewhere else in that apartment. So on a wall or a piece of furniture or something. There was no evidence of any bullet strikes in that residence. And also we didn't recover any shell casings, anything related to gun evidence in that apartment.
So I'm going to walk through that a little bit. So you're aware, you've obviously been an officer for a very long time. You're aware that there are different types of bullets, correct?
Correct.
And there are some bullets that when they make an impact into an individual, they expand or explode in an individual, correct?
Correct.
So if a bullet like that was used, then you wouldn't necessarily find a bullet hole because it wouldn't have gone out of a person, correct?
Right, that's why I said if it penetrates and doesn't perforate.
So there are situations where a gun can be used that you wouldn't have that clean cut through and then see a bullet hole or any indication of any bullet fragments in a room, correct?
If a bullet does not exit a person, then it stays in the person, and so either collects their shell casing or uses a revolver, we would not have evidence of issue.
So just so we're clear then, in situations a gun could be used and it's possible then you wouldn't find evidence of fragments or a hole in the wall.
Correct.
Then you talked, I think you just mentioned it right now about a revolver, but there are types of guns that you wouldn't produce a casing, or a casing wouldn't be ejected from a firearm, correct?
Correct.
And a revolver was one of them because after it's shot, the casing stays in.
The trial was this year, wasn't it? It was earlier this year, I believe. I think. Is that right, Edhef?
Don't know the proper term on a revolver, on the cylinder, yes, correct?
Yes.
So just because there aren't casings found at a scene does not mean that a gun was not used, correct?
Correct.
And there's also mechanisms that can be used to silence the sound of a gun, correct?
Yes.
So then perhaps neighbors wouldn't hear a gunshot in a normal way that people think, oh, I heard a gunshot.
Correct.
Some silencers can sound like a thud, correct?
Yes.
All right. So now looking at the fact that there are cases where guns are used where you wouldn't find casings, people can hear gunshots, and there are no recovered
I didn't think it
bullets
was
or
that old.
fragments. It could be that the pattern you observed on that table was a product of a gunshot.
No.
Why are you saying no?
It would have to be a perforating injury to lead that. It would have to be exit. So you have forward spatter, you have back spatter issues. If somebody gets shot and the entry wound will produce what's called back spatter, it will come back towards the gun. And it doesn't have an impact pattern staying like is observed on the table. In order to produce that, it would have to exit out the back. So that bullet would have traveled all the way through that person and then struck something else in the apartment. So that would give us evidence of a gunshot.
Okay. So then it's aspiration missed.
It's either aspiration or it's an impact pattern. It's just, it looked to me and Officer Weiner that pattern that observed was different. It was smaller than what I observed in other places in the court.
So you can't be sure as it relates to that pattern.
Correct.
Okay. If we can pull up Seats Exhibit 1, photo 139. So in this picture, remember you had explained to the jury that these dots that we see are passive drops, correct?
Yes.
There's also, though, what appears to be some sort of smearing pattern in this picture, correct?
Correct.
So if you don't mind, I hate to make you get up, but if you could use that nice pointer stick and show the jury where you see that smearing pattern.
So in this area here,
Okay, thank you. You can sit back down. And can you explain to the jury what a smear pattern indicates?
not actually one be a smear pattern. Smear has a totally different terminology as far as enlisting analysis. I reserve comment on that stain in particular. They have the appearance of transfer stains for blood, like if somebody's clothes has blood on it and it rubs against an area like carpet like that. That's the appearance that it has to me, but I do not get an opinion on it just based on the fact that I am not positive.
Okay, so it's either a smear or a transfer.
It can't be a smear.
It can't be a smear. So you're saying it could be a transfer.
Correct.
Could this be, in your experience, could this be an indicator of a potential struggle between two people?
Yeah, that's possible.
If we could pull up Stacy Exhibit 1, photo 145. The void, you remember testifying about that?
Yes.
Okay, and so there's in that pool of blood, you observed the blood yourself.
Yes, sir.
And was it still wet?
There was areas of dampness.
Okay, so it wasn't completely dry.
Correct.
And so in this area where we can see the line and on the left, so the left of the square or the rectangle, the void that we see, you see that there's this blood that goes into the void, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain that, how that would have happened?
through
saturation or that object or that area carpet could have been also.
When do they like when do they start testifying and not just bringing in pictures of evidence? Because we've got limited time, and I want to focus on the important stuff and not, well, I mean, we've all seen the pictures of the blood splatter. Oh, there's a fridge. Now, this is bizarre. Why?
Your cell phone was there? along with his money clip. Credit cards were up here, but his phone, money clip, was stuffed all the way towards the back of the freezer.
And looking at picture number 300, is that a close-up of something?
Yes, this is a better angle of where I found Pocho's phone. It was right here. It was laying flat, if I recall, and money clip was on top of it. There was also his driver's license and some other cards were up in this area.
And I'm showing you photograph number 301. Do you know what that is?
That's his debit card from Chase.
And is that the joint account you shared?
That is.
And then what are the rest of these items?
Here's his money clip, his Visa cards, and of course his Costco cards and his Home Depot
Yeah.
and other belongings.
Now, were you familiar with, obviously, where your son banked?
I was.
And did it appear to you, knowing him, that any of those cards were missing?
No, I didn't think anything was missing. Everything, all his identifying cards and driver's license was all in the freezer.
You can grab a seat, Mr. Patterson. You had previously testified that you and your son shared a bank account. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And were you able to pull, since you also are on the bank account, financial records for that account?
I was.
I'm just going to show you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 37. Can you tell me what that document is?
It's a statement from Chase Bank.
And is that something you requested from Chase Bank yourself?
I did, yes.
And in looking at that document, after May 17th of 2020, with your knowledge of that account, did your son ever make an affirmative purchase from that account after May 17th of 2020?
His last purchase shows here was at Dick's on the 18th of May.
Is that when it posted,
Cool.
the 18th of May?
Yes.
And was the purchase actually on the 16th of May?
It says here that he made the purchase on the 16th, but it went through on the 18th. Yes.
And ultimately, did you end up closing that account at some point?
Yes, I did.
And prior to closing that account, did your son ever make any purchases or withdrawals after May 17th of 2020?
He has not.
All right. We're going to go to, this is the end of day 5. We're going to head to day 6, where they start bringing in some text messages. Let's get the gist of that one.
State your name for the record and spell it.
Nereida Macias,
Just boost that.
Nereida Macias, Macias.
And are you currently employed?
Yes,
And how are you employed?
I work for the circuit court as a clerical specialist.
And in what city?
Milwaukee.
And back in May of 2020, did you on a dating app meet Rosalio Gutierrez? Jr.?
Correct.
And what dating app was it, if you recall?
Facebook.
And do you recall generally the date that you first connected with Mr. Gutierrez Jr.?
The date, May 12th.
And did you begin to exchange messages with him starting approximately May 12th?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Did you exchange messages with Mr. Gutierrez?
Correct.
And in general, in the early days of May 12th through the next couple days, what generally type of things were you talking back and forth about?
Religion, spiritual stuff, like self-help information, books about his mother, his kids, his job.
Were you getting to know each other?
Correct, yes.
And up until May 17th of 2020, had you met Mr. Gutierrez at all?
No.
In fact, have you ever met Mr. Gutierrez Jr.?
No.
Why is she testifying then?
You indicated that you and Mr. Gutierrez Jr. talked about family and different things like that. What's important to you in life?
Objection relevance.
Seems marginally relevant,
I would agree.
very marginally.
Hey, Helen.
If it's
Good
short,
morning.
Very briefly.
Okay.
So ultimately, did you and Mr. Gutierrez Jr. make a plan for May 17th?
Yes.
And did you do that
You're
over
not
the phone
rambling
via
at
text
all,
messages?
Yes.
Now, prior to May 17th of 2020, did you know where Mr. Gutierrez lived?
No.
going to direct your attention to the television screen. And this is on State's Exhibit 1, number 344. Ms. Macias, do you recognize this phone number up here at the top?
Yes, that's mine.
Okay. And would that be a nickname for you as well as your last name?
No, yes,
And do you recall asking this question of Mr. Gutierrez Jr.?
yes.
And what is that question that is
What is the point of this?
What time do you live at?
And he then responds with Kenosha. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And he then gives you a little bit further information. I live right by UW Parkside.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, at this point, were you developing a plan for you to come down and meet him?
That day, yes.
And
Yes.
do you recall if there were
Uh-huh.
suggestions about different things that you guys could do,
Yes.
given the status of the world back in May of 2020?
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
Let's move on to your next message. Does it read, "What's open" from you?
Yes.
And then you ask around by you? He responds, all the Kenosha bars are open? Is that accurate?
Yes.
And do you recall your response being, "We are not going to a bar"?
Yes.
And why is that?
We're going to cover
Because going to the bar, obviously, you're
the
not going to drink and drive, only because of where I work at.
And ultimately, what did you guys decide would the plan be on May 17th that evening?
The plan was to
no idea
come up,
why.
go out.
I have no idea why they've brought this woman in. She hasn't even met him. She was planning to date him on a dating app. Whoop de fucking do. All right. Next. We want pivotal stuff, thank you. Important shit. God almighty, how long is she on the stand for? Fuck me.
Do I remember when I sent the timestamp?
This is one of the screenshots you sent to the detective, correct? Yes. Okay, and the times that are next to your messages would have been the time that you sent those messages.
And he's not.
Well, which incident of sending?
This is day 6,
When
Helen.
she sent the actual text messages.
But you're inquiring about transmission to Detective Correa
No, when she sent those.
when they originally sent them to
Correct,
herself.
yes.
Your question
No,
was
when
unclear.
when she sent the text, when you send a text message on an iPhone, you can swipe right to see the time that you personally sent that text
But
message.
the question inquired when, I think what was the time at which you sent it? And I was inquiring whether you were talking about sent a copy to yourself or whether it was the time when she transmitted it to Detective Correa, which was the subject of your sentence.
No,
Rephrase your question.
sure. Can you explain what the timestamps next to your text messages indicate?
Are you talking about the delivered part?
Yeah.
Well, it says that I left at 10:18. Is that what you're?
No, so you see that there's a bunch of different times, 9:37 p.m. We'll start with that one, 9:37 p.m. See that time?
Yes.
That was the time that you sent the text message 5 minutes away to Mr. Gutierrez's phone, correct?
Okay. Yes.
And then the same for the 9:43, the 9:44, 9:52, 10:08, 10:18.
Okay. Yes.
So you got there according to this text message at 9:43,
Okay.
43 minutes after you were supposed to be there,
Yes.
and you then leave at 10:18, according to this.
Yes.
So
Oh, thank you. That's lovely.
you waited around for over 30 minutes.
Yes.
Why?
No.
Well, while I was waiting for him, I was on my Facebook, so I was just kind of like waiting. I don't know if he was in the shower. I don't know if he was getting ready. But like I said, I waited for him because I thought he was a very good guy. A guy that really expresses himself a lot about his job, his mother, and his kids. To me, that really says a lot about a person.
Well, you see and Sadie at the same
He said
time,
he's
though.
been single for a very long time. And I said, well, so was I. So, I mean, what much can I say? I wanted to wait for this person.
Even though you were scared and nervous, you wanted to wait more than 30 minutes for someone to respond that you never met before.
Well, I've been single a very, very long time. I've been divorced since 2014. So
What do you
meeting
fucking do,
somebody
lady?
was very nervous. For me, I was nervous. I was very nervous.
You also called Mr. Gutierrez that night as well, correct?
I was what?
Called Mr. Gutierrez?
I did.
Multiple times.
I
Yes, he did
remember
not
seeing
answer. That's when I thought, well, maybe he's married. And I said, oh, it's time for me to go.
I can't remember.
And then on direct,
Who the hell will
I
know?
remember being asked a question by the state, if at this time in your life, you had anyone that would be jealous of you going to meet a man? Do you remember that question?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Do you remember being asked on direct the question at this time on around May 17th, 2020? Did you have anyone in your life that would have been jealous?
Yes.
And you remember saying no?
No.
But you did have an ex
Would you
that was
both?
extremely jealous, correct?
Helen wants to know what Gutierrez Jr.'s job was. Have you seen all the girls in the chat in have? You can pop up the link again if you like, so that Helen can join. I don't get why they've got this chick up here. So let's oh god, they have a long lunch. Holy crap. Yes, there we go.
Imply that we had a mandatory rule. I just indicated it perhaps was a fact.
What's up
Thank
for the
you.
defense?
Judge, this witness is an individual that had accompanied Mr. Campbell to Mr. Anderson's home. I think that given his involvement in this case, that his prior conviction, that the fact that he has a prior conviction should be heard by the jury.
Do we know anything about the nature of the DC?
No, but I'm only aware that it's supposed to go to credibility. I'm not aware that the court is would typically make a decision about impeachment based on a prior for any other reason other than credibility.
Well, I do agree with you there.
And in this situation, there is some evidence that Mr. Hendrickson had a gun with him at the time that he did go to Mr. Anderson's home.
The
It's my
audio is
understanding that he will probably testify contrary to that.
disgusting on this
And I
channel.
think it's important that his conviction, the fact that he has a conviction, obviously we won't go into what it is, that should be heard by the jury, especially since we don't know what he's going to say as far as why he accompanied Mr. Anderson, what he had, and what he was planning on doing had he confronted Mr. Anderson.
I'm unaware of any evidence that he had a gun. If counsel is presenting evidence he had a gun or wishes to impeach with evidence he had a gun, I'd certainly ask them to share that with the court, but I'm unaware of any evidence he had a gun and do not believe that's relevant in terms of this analysis.
Well, first off, I do agree with the point made by Mr. Gravely that this is strictly for credibility, and the role of the defendant with respect to any events would ordinarily not.
Officers coming out, I would just want to move into evidence defense exhibit 236. That was the printout of text strings between the last witness that was testified to.
Any objection? None. Received. And you tell me what testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth.
Do I?
And nothing
Oh,
but
I
the truth,
missed.
so help you God. Please proceed.
The daughter hasn't been
Officer,
on
can you
yet.
please state your name for the record and spell it?
Officer Sean Giovanoni, Giovanni,
And how are you currently employed?
with City of Kenosha Police Department, third shift patrol.
And were you employed in such a capacity on May 19th of 2020 at roughly 10:43 p.m.?
Yes, I was.
And on that day, were you also working third shift patrol?
I was.
And would 10:43 p.m. be shortly after you got on duty that night?
Yes.
And as part of your duties, do you have any sort of special training that leads you to have a slightly different role at crime scenes than potentially other patrol officers?
Yes, I do.
And what is that title?
Evidence technician.
And back on May 19th of 2020, were you also an evidence technician?
Yes, I was.
And when you got to work that day, were you dispatched to a search warrant occurring at 6813 West Highland Road in Mequon?
Yes.
And did you respond to that location to perform evidence technician duties?
Yes, I did.
What can you tell us generally about the residence itself after you had arrived?
About the layout or anything?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking?
Yep, what do you remember?
It was a two-story house, single-family home with a basement. I remember when I walked in that
Did they have on the screen? Who'd have that there was only audio playing and no video because she was a minor, because I think that was their lunch break.
there was debris and clutter throughout the lower level.
I'm going to show you some pictures from State's Exhibit 1, starting with photo number 265. If you want to direct your attention to the screen.
Thanks, Cindy. Great Lakes Church. Is that, tell me they don't drink their own urine there, please.
No, the TV flicked on and then.
It's not a pigsty.
Door off the porch.
Look at it. Who lives like that?
And was this the general condition of it when you assisted in the search on the night of the 19th?
Yes, it is.
Picture number 270. What is this a picture of?
Area where the couch is on the lower level.
And in your role as an evidence technician, were there other officers and detectives assisting in the search?
Yes, there was.
And if they would locate something that they thought had evidentiary value, was it then your job to photograph and collect it?
Yes, it is.
And were you also participating in the search at the same time?
Yes.
I'm going to show you.
I've boosted this to 500%.
I'm going
It's
to ask,
still-
in this picture, you had talked about a ottoman. Would you mind getting out of your seat and just pointing out where that ottoman is in this picture?
Sure.
I think that's where he was living. Anderson was living.
And you can grab a seat. And was there anything of evidentiary value that was discovered in that ottoman, if you know?
Yes, there is a, there is a bag with a large sum of money in it.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as photograph number 296. What is this a picture of?
The bag with a large amount of currency.
And when you say a large amount of currency, was one of the jobs that you assisted in counting that currency?
Yes, it was.
And what, if you recall, was the total amount of money inside that bag?
About $47,700 some odd dollars. I don't remember the exact amount, but almost $48,000.
This is Zach's place,
And
isn't it?
what kind of bag was it in, if you recall?
It was in a bank bag, I believe.
Were there other items of evidentiary value that were located by other officers on the main floor of the
How could CPS let children stay there with him? That's disgusting.
residence?
Yes.
And what were some of those items?
There was some drug paraphernalia and I believe a camera.
Yeah.
When you say drug paraphernalia, what do you mean?
Large amount of marijuana, a couple of different bags. There was a container with a grinder in it, marijuana grinder with appeared to be marijuana seeds in it.
I'm showing you it's been marked as number 295. Can you tell me what that is?
That's the
I'm
container.
going to
with-
object to the relevancy of this evidence.
So Judge, this again, door was open to this. Remsburg has
So he was growing as well.
previously argued about this, and this is our recitation of that evidence that we previewed for the court.
No way.
Objections overruled.
Mm.
What is this? What is inside this container, if you know?
Judge, sorry, I am going to object again and make a record that their questioning on the cross-examination of Ms. Remsburg had to deal with a grow operation in the residence with plants. So I don't believe that any of this evidence is relevant or relate.
Plants come from seeds, love.
Officer, what is this?
This is the container that had the metal marijuana grinder on it and apparent marijuana seeds.
And you indicated marijuana seeds. Is that what we're looking at
He
here?
said apparent marijuana seeds.
I couldn't hear him. I apologize.
Can
I don't know.
Can you guys all hear that? Because it's really, really low in my ear, and I have that boosted so much. It's ridiculous.
You don't have to apologize. It's should have spent more money on the system.
And there's a couple of, I think, 5 different, what looks like to be canisters in there with or jars of some kind. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And is there some sort of handwriting on each of those jars?
There's different names on each jar.
I'm going to show you. Picture number 307. Can you tell me what this is?
All right, that's
That's one of the bags
boosted
that
to
had
the
the
max. I
marijuana
can't
in
go
it.
any higher.
And was that also located on that lower level?
Yes, it was.
Then I'm going to show you picture number 308. Can you tell me what that is?
Looks to be a mushroom.
I'm going to object as far as relevance to mushrooms.
Same thing, Judge. If you have a marijuana grow and you are also manufacturing and putting together mushrooms, again, Miss Christine Remsburg's ability identified on cross to be able to tell if was perhaps hiding anything from her or concealing some of his activity is directly relevant.
To Judge, to that point, the state didn't
Now,
ask her about anything dealing with a
What are you
mushroom growing
saying?
operation, and one doesn't mean the other exists.
It's exactly the same concept, Judge.
The objections overruled. You can answer if he hasn't already.
I'm sorry, what was this object that's in this picture depicted?
Appears to be a mushroom.
Now, were you specifically yourself responsible for helping to search the stairway leading up to the second floor of the residence and the second floor itself?
Yes, I was.
And on that stairway, do you recall, I'm sorry, on the second floor, do you recall finding a bedroom that you were able to attribute to someone?
Yes, I did.
And how were you able to attribute that bedroom to a specific person?
I found a Wisconsin driver's license in there.
Culinary.
Was there anything else located in that bedroom that you thought had evidentiary value?
Yes.
And what were those items, the best you can recall?
There was a laptop computer, a couple hard drives for a computer, and I think 3 computer towers.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as picture number 303. Is that some of the things that you found in that bedroom?
That is correct.
And there's a box that's sitting on top of the yellow legal pad. Can you tell us what was in that box?
Mini GPS system.
And you had indicated that you had recovered a laptop. Is that correct?
Correct.
Ah,
And you what's previously been
so
marked
this
as
is the
Exhibit
GPS
14.
tracking.
Based on the packaging alone, can you indicate to us what this is and if this was a laptop that you recovered that night?
Yes.
And how do you know that that's a laptop you recovered in the bedroom of Mr. Anderson?
Feels like a laptop in here without looking.
Are there information on the tags itself that are put on the front of things that illustrate what is contained inside of an evidence package?
Yes.
And what does this one say?
MSI laptop with charger.
And is that something you recovered from Mr. Anderson's room that night?
That is correct.
Can I just grab that from you?
Wasn't me.
Objection?
No objection.
Received.
Then I'm directing your attention back down to the first floor of the residence. I'm going to show you picture number 297. Tell me if you recognize what is in this picture.
Yes, those look like seats out of a vehicle.
And were those located in the residence on the night you helped search?
They were.
L.
And I have to confer with Detective Perea. So you were responsible for collecting evidence from Mr. Anderson's property.
Correct.
And so this grouping of photos here, you collected these papers, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember how you logged them all together?
Not particularly, no.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 241. Before you open it, if you could just read the description on that exhibit.
It says court paperwork, other miscellaneous paper.
Okay, if you feel kind of.
Alums.
Could you briefly just go through those papers and tell me if you find a receipt?
You're talking like a shopping receipt?
I'm sorry, did you answer, counsel?
Are there any receipts in there?
No, not like a shopping receipt.
Judge, may I have those?
Get your evidence bag right, lady. Come on. Get your shit together.
See, this exhibit wasn't shown to us, so could we expect that to?
To take it off the Elmo to look at it closer up. Do you see a receipt for an item?
Objection. How do you know this is the same as the exhibit we just saw? Or are you?
The exhibit did not, I asked him if the exhibit had any receipts and he said no.
Right, so what would this picture be relevant to? Objection, relevance. Why would
We
this
could have
picture
a discussion of this outside of the presence of the jury. This says,
What is that photograph? What is that depict as a general, the entirety of it?
sure, as the officer already testified to, these are items that he got together from Mr. Anderson's home. Those were logged as evidence, as miscellaneous paperwork, which was supposed to be item 19. These papers are not in exhibit 19 or item 19. So now I only have the picture to rely off of.
Now, what is your objection?
My objection is that we just opened this and it doesn't have those items. So why this picture purports to be the miscellaneous paperwork? That paperwork is not in this item. So they're not one and the same.
Well,
I'm not asking about that exhibit anymore.
you can cover it on your redirect. What is this photograph depict again, officer?
Seems like paperwork that was photographed at the residence.
And where did the paperwork then go?
So all the paperwork that I collected in evidence. There might have been some paperwork that wasn't actually collected as evidence, but just photographed. So
Yeah, that's why I asked for a sidebar, because I viewed those. Yeah,
Get in your.
thank you.
I couldn't hear the court. I apologize.
I said you could continue.
And I can hand this to you so you can more clearly see it perhaps. But was there a receipt? Do you want me to hand it to you?
yes, please.
Do you see any sort of receipts in that photograph?
No.
Either. You don't see a,
Oh, I'm sorry, in the photograph, yes.
okay. And could you point those out and perhaps we could put this back on here so you can show the jury? If you could just get the pointer that the judge has and go up to the TV.
Sure.
Thank you.
What would you like me to point out again?
The receipts that you have viewed. Okay, and that's a Walmart receipt? Okay, do you see another receipt that's in the upper right-hand corner of the photograph? Okay, and did you log that receipt that we see on the top right photograph separately?
So this is the table in our evidence room. So
Table in where?
Officer?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. This is a table in our evidence room. And when I log evidence, I put paper down to serve cross-examination. So if this is in the evidence room, I did log it.
Okay.
Counsel, can we just have a moment of your time? Just have a moment of your time.
Come back and sit down, officer. Thank you. Obviously, you'd agree that the picture up on the Elmo looks a little blurry.
Yes.
So it's hard to make out what exactly that receipt says or the paper underneath the receipt says.
That is correct.
And if you wanted to look at the exhibit itself, is it any clearer?
Judge, again, I'm
And
going to
this
object. I apologize, counsel. It is, I don't believe that counsel is actually purporting that the officer actually processed the evidence in the picture that she is showing this witness.
Well, you're using the word process.
That he would be the custodian or the person who in some way dealt with this evidence. So I believe this is not a witness who is specifically familiar with this evidence.
I think his prior testimony was that he did log this evidence.
Well, you're using terms from the legal system like process and log. Have you ever seen this before? Right here, you do that?
Yeah, but no. So because it was a long day, I did have assistance with logging the evidence. I don't remember every document that I put in there, but like I said, if it's on this table, we logged it. I did have other officers helping me just because of the currency. We have to have multiple officers as policy to verify count. So.
Okay. And this has already been this has already been accepted into evidence. So when you looked at the document, this receipt and paperwork that was on the upper right-hand side, when you had looked at it, were you able to make out what the writing says?
On that paper, no.
Even when you looked at it closer up?
I couldn't.
Okay.
Well, that was a big nothing burger.
The state had shown you an exhibit that was a photo taken from a desk in Mr. Anderson's home. On those were some items. Do you remember?
Yes, with the driver's license.
Yeah, the
Yes.
box. Showing you what's.
Mind showing us the picture? I think this is a new picture you've not shown us previously. You can do that before you push.
Just strike that. This was a picture of that box that you had taken from the desk, and this is a picture taken back at the police department, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and when you took the picture of this device, the device was in the packaging?
So I personally, like as said in my report, I didn't do the photographing on this scene. Officer McKee did. I was the one collecting and documenting while he was photographing.
Yeah.
So his photographs
he
have
just
to
threw
be
wigs though.
done by a different officer.
Okay, but this is the same item that you viewed on the desk?
Yes.
Okay, I'm
Come on,
showing
that
what's
was
been marked as Defense Exhibit 240. Is this a side profile of that same box?
It could be.
Okay, you just don't know.
Not. It's been a while since I looked at it. Yes.
Okay, you'd have to see the entire box.
Yes.
Okay. So you arrived at Mr. Anderson's house on May 19th, 2020,
That is correct.
and that was just as the state had noted to collect evidence that other officers had pointed out.
That's correct.
And when you do that, it's oftentimes that the evidence that you take photos of or take and process from the scene are not in the original location that they were when the first responding officers would have arrived.
It does happen.
Judge, Detective Correa has kindly gone to the police department to get one of the physical exhibits that I do intend on crossing this witness on. So I don't have any further questions opposed to the questions that will be asked when we have that exhibit here in the courtroom.
So I think you have a few questions, or do you have a few redirect?
Oh, Vinny's here.
Oh.
They're not very organized, are they?
Just, did you want a new pair of gloves?
Yeah, I don't want to cross contaminate.
Yeah. If you could just, I'll get you new gloves, and then if you could just read what this is.
Sure.
Thank you.
It says miscellaneous paperwork.
Okay, and if you'd be so kind to open that. Here you go.
Thank you.
And whether the items that we can see in Defense Exhibit 154 on the upper right-hand side are in that exhibit. Yeah, of course. Okay. Did you find something?
I found a couple things.
Okay. So first thing, did you find the receipt that was in the upper right-hand quadrant?
Not yet. I
Oh, okay.
found a small white one.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just, once you get to the documents, let me know. The same document that is in Defense Exhibit 154 in the upper right-hand quadrant?
Yes.
Okay. And this appears to be, and you can take it and look through it, but appears to be some sort of tax return.
That's what it looks like to me.
Okay. And this receipt, can you read the date on that receipt?
5/18/2020.
Okay. And that it's a receipt in the amount of $243 for this tax return?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a reason this wasn't processed separately from the group of other paper that you received?
No rhyme or reason, no.
Okay. Put this here. Now, in this picture, do you see a yellow piece of paper that says memo anywhere?
I see a corner of a yellow page.
Okay, and did you see any yellow pages in that pile of documents?
Yep.
Okay,
Right in
can
front
you hand it to me, please? Okay. As far as I can zoom out. So this memo says we will hold your tax return for 24 hours to give you a chance to review it, correct?
Yes.
And then on the bottom it says DMA accounting.
Correct.
All right. With this other document, which was the tax return, it was completed by DNM accounting. According to what's on the paper.
I don't know how he would know whether.
Sure, I'll rephrase it. I'll rephrase the question. What does this piece of paper state at the bottom?
DNM accounting services.
Okay. And then is there a note, a little sticky note on the top of the memo?
Yes.
And could you read what it says?
We'll stop in today, 5/18/324 p.m. call.
This call or collect?
Sure.
Do you need to look at it closer?
Oh, collect, yes. Look like call from this system.
I'm sorry, did it say 2:24 p.m.? Is that what you had? Is that what you read?
You read 324.
Thank you. 3:24. Thanks.
See that back? That's what they. And so all of these, the two paperworks that I just went through with you, this yellow mustardy memo and this receipt with a tax return, and all these other papers were all included in item number 21, which was Defense Exhibit 242,
Correct.
and that was processed?
Yeah, it's all packaged together. That's
Okay.
correct.
So I want to go through the other things that were in there.
Got me into it.
Yeah, sorry, officer, thank you. It's a lot here.
Also, do you have the picture exhibit all along? Want you to do that?
Sure. Did you want to look at these?
Well, I don't have gloves on, but
Do you want to put gloves on?
I'll look at them with you. So why don't you go through them once with, so that I don't have to put gloves on. Just page them quickly.
This is. Establish everything that was in item number 21, Defense Exhibit 242, okay?
Okay.
So
Can I hand this back to you?
We're willing to stipulate that the document, for purposes of this exhibit, that the documents in that pile were all processed by this officer. So they are true and accurate items that were processed by him, if that assists.
Oh, that would.
If
And
that saves time, rather than having him list documents that obviously he didn't specifically, explore.
that's fine if you stipulate to the minutes of it as well.
To the what?
To the minutes?
Yes, yes.
That's fine. That will be sufficient. So I don't need you to go through all of them.
Okay.
But I do want to go through just one more thing about this item. You had read what it said on the bottom as far as the name. Could you read the address as well?
North 96, West 18-221, County Line Road, Mountain Falls, Wisconsin.
Officer, I'm sorry, we're having trouble hearing you. This mic is a problem for us. Did you read the address, including Menominee Falls? Is that what you just did?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's fine. Would you have that back again? And so all this in his bag, the state's stipulating to it. Judge, I'd ask that defense exhibit 242 be moved into evidence.
Well, they're stipulating the evidence that what is contained in that evidence container within the document. Within the bag.
Correct. They're stipulating that everything that was pulled out was included in item 21, which is defense exhibit 242, and that these items were processed by this officer.
I agree with both those things.
All right. Proceed.
Thank you. You just put everything that was in the bag back in, and then Detective Raya will. And there's that.
Who have we got now?
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Teresa, you can post yourself with your merch.
Mr. Henderson, state your first and your last name, spell both your names.
Which is your animal?
BRANDONHENDRICKSON.
How old are you?
42.
And what do you do for a living?
I work at a medical facility.
And in general, what city or area do you live in now?
Joaquin,
And where were you raised?
Kenosha.
And did you, at some point in your life, know a person who you knew to be named Rosalio Gutierrez?
Yes.
In very general terms, how did you know him?
I met him in high school.
And how would you describe your relationship with him back in the time period of May of 2020?
Same as been the whole time I met him. Great friendship.
Friends?
Yeah, absolutely. Brothers, you know.
High school friends?
Absolutely.
Okay, continued on through 2020?
Yes.
If you would estimate how many times in the time period of January 2020 through May of 2020, what would be your rough estimate at how many times you either saw Rosalio Gutierrez in person or heard from him in some fashion?
Well, I'd only come down to Kenosha once in a while, so I mean, I'd probably see him at least once or twice a month.
Okay, and what about hearing from him?
About the same.
All right, and since May 17th, 2020, how many times have you seen Rosalio Gutierrez in person?
0.
And since May 17th of 2020, how many times have you heard from him in any of the ways he used to be in touch with you?
Try this one.
Now, on May 19th, 2020, were you located in the Kenosha area?
Yes.
And did you at some point come to hear something that caused you some concern?
Yes.
And where were you located when you first heard it?
I was getting a tattoo.
Do you remember in general where?
Sheridan Road and like 46th Street, I believe.
Okay, and did you just happen to be in Kenosha to do that, or was that a,
No, it was planned.
Okay, and if you know, again, only if you know, when was the last time you had seen Rosalio Gutierrez prior to the moment you're in Kenosha getting that tattoo in general?
May 7th.
Okay, and so on May 19th, about what time do you hear from someone approximately causing you concern?
I say mid-afternoon.
Okay, and if you recall, who did you hear from that caused you concern?
I was scrolling Facebook and I seen Michael Campbell post the post. If anyone's seen or heard of from, we call him Junior, get a hold of me or get a hold of the police, Kenosha Police Department.
So if you refer to someone as Junior during this testimony, you're speaking about Rosalio Gutierrez?
Yes.
So when you saw that Facebook post, what did you do next?
Text Mike, or I believe I called him, one of the two, and was like, what's going on? And basically, from what I remember, he told me that, he was just
I
asking.
object that the answer is calling for hearsay.
Yeah, you don't have to tell me what he said specifically, just tell me what you did next.
I finished getting my tattoo and I went to Mike's house.
And you already knew where Mike lived?
Yes.
So when you, did you go right there as best you remember?
Yes.
Okay. When you got to Mike's house, that's Michael Campbell?
Yes.
And how do you know Michael Campbell?
Since elementary school.
And do you know him to have some relationship with Rosalio Gutierrez back in May of 2020?
Yes.
And based on your knowledge of them, who were they to each other?
Well, friends first, but they were working together.
Okay. And so when you arrived at Michael Campbell's home, about what time, again, I'm not asking you exactly, but about what time would you expect it was?
Around 4:30 in the afternoon, maybe.
Okay. And who was at Michael Campbell's home when you got there that you remember?
It was Michael Campbell and Erica Saylor.
Now, this was a couple years ago, right? And was it sort of shocking, the circumstances?
Helen, you're in there, darling. You're in the general chat link. I can see you in there. Oh. Oops, wrong one. Yeah, you're there, doll. There you go. I've sent you a friend request, but you are in the general chat link.
Et cetera?
Yeah, absolutely. Judge.
Well, yeah, based upon what's already coming.
And at the time you arrived there, what was happening there at Michael Campbell's home?
I walked in, I mean, I asked Michael what was going on, and then what I recall next was Erica stating, I have his address.
Objection, hearsay.
And Judge, I'm going to indicate that it is for purposes of what happens next. Ms. Erica Saylor is going to testify in this case, and this is not specifically for the truth of it. It's so that the jury can follow with a coherent narrative about why people did what when.
And I, as you know, I'm hostile to that explanation because it involves a lot of hearsay in with it, and so the objection is sustained.
After you heard information, whatever that information, so I'm not asking what was said to you, but after you heard individuals talk about information, what was the next thing that happened?
We looked at each other, got up and left.
Who's we?
Michael Campbell.
Okay. And when you said got up and left, where did the two of you go next? Was it to a vehicle or walking somewhere? Where'd you go?
We walked to Michael's mother's car.
Okay. Who drove?
Mike.
And where did you believe you were headed at that moment?
To the address in question.
Okay. And who did you believe was the address that you were going to in terms of what role in the world was this person? Why did you believe you were headed out in a car at that moment?
To be honest, I just went.
Okay. Did you go because you believed that you would be accomplishing something in particular?
Objection leading.
No.
Did you go because you believed you would be they might be accomplishing something in particular?
Possibly more is doing is what we all would do for each other.
What were you hoping to accomplish?
Maybe get some answers, or maybe even see Junior. I mean, I don't know.
Okay. And so other than yourself, who else was in the car?
Just me and Mike.
And about what time, approximately, again, not knowing exact when did you head out?
Before 5.
Okay. And did you go straight to whatever location you went to?
Yes.
When you got to that address, had there been any change in who the driver was?
No.
So where did Michael park in relation to arriving at this location?
In the gravel driveway.
Okay. And when Michael parked in the gravel driveway, describe what you remember as the vantage point from the road. So if you turn in, what did you see ahead of you?
The house on the right, and then further back I seen like dumpsters and like a big green industrial dumpster.
Okay, so in the context of the driveway, did you go any distance into the driveway? I don't need an exact estimate.
Yes.
Okay, and when the vehicle came to a stop, was that because something was blocking it, or because Michael simply stopped it?
Objection leading. He's doing this consistently, giving the.
Well, no, you don't have. No, you made your objection, and the objection is overruled.
You can answer. Go ahead.
What was the question again? Sorry.
Was there something that caused Michael Campbell to come to a stop? In other words, an impediment, a block, or did he simply come to a stop without an impediment?
He stopped on his own.
And when Michael stopped, what, if anything, could you observe occurring towards the house?
Nothing.
Okay. So what happened next? What did you do, and what did Michael do?
We got out and we approached the front of the house, but it was kind of hard to get to. So from my recollection, it was like a lot of bushes and the grass was kind of high. I believe there was no staircase.
Okay, so when you approached the house, did you observe at some point some vehicles located on the property?
Not yet, no.
Okay, so at the point you're at now, where are you located in relation to the house? Are you right up near the house at this point?
Yes.
Okay, then what happens?
We go to our left and back onto the gravel driveway,
Okay.
and then we proceeded to walk forward into the back.
Okay, and is that sort of around the house slightly?
Yes.
Okay, then what happened?
As we approached, we saw somebody with their back to us. Is wearing blue jeans and a white t-shirt.
Okay, stop for a second. And could you see vehicles at this point?
Yes.
Up until now, could you see vehicles?
No.
And was the individual you saw between you and the vehicles, or was he on, or were you closer to the vehicles? How were you and he related to the vehicles?
He was directly in front of us.
Like between you and the vehicles?
No, the vehicles were off to my right.
Okay. And when you first saw this individual, were they indoors or outdoors?
Outdoors.
And what happened next?
I believe Mike asked him, like, are you?
Question, hearsay.
It doesn't seem to be an assertion. Objections overruled.
Go ahead.
I believe he turned around because he heard us. And
Well,
Mike,
let me think. It is an assertion.
It was a statement from another witness. It was a statement of another individual, out-of-court statement.
It's a, no, it's not, it actually is an assertion, which to me is a claim that some fact exists. This instead is repeating a question which was asked, which is not an assertion. So the objection was overruled.
So again, what do you believe Michael said? What were the first words out of Michael's mouth that you recall?
are you Zach or Zachariah?
Okay. And did the individual answer?
Yes.
Okay. Is the person who you came in contact with that day, is that person here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
For purposes of the record, could you indicate where the person you came in contact with on May 19th is located, and say what they're wearing today?
He's to my right. He's wearing, looks like a green tie, light blue shirt, and a dark blue jacket.
I'd ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant, Your Honor.
He's indicating the accused.
When the defendant was asked if he was Zach or Zachariah, what did the defendant answer, if anything?
He said, no, that's my brother.
And then what did either you or Michael say next in relation to the defendant?
Objection potentially calls for hearsay.
Well, because
He said, what did
well,
you or
what-
Michael say?
what the witness said, he's has personal knowledge,
True.
so it's not hearsay.
No, but the question was.
He
what
asked,
did-
what did
one of
you
you-
or,
Right.
so it's half hearsay,
Well,
but I'm
we
not
didn't-
even
we
sure
didn't-
it's that.
we didn't get to it yet, but depending on, the question needs to be, what did you say? And if the question is, what did Michael say? Well, that's hearsay.
Judge, two individuals.
No, why argue? Ask him if either he or Michael said anything.
Did either you or Michael say anything?
Yes.
What was said next?
Objection, same
Well,
objection.
but ask which one said something.
Did you say anything at this time?
No.
What did Michael say then at that time?
All right.
That's hearsay.
Well, I don't know yet. I have an overwhelming suspicion that it's non-hearsay.
Well, the last time we thought that, a few minutes ago, the answer was, oh, are you Zach? Was the question. And that is clearly offered for the truth of the matter. So it's an out-of-court statement.
No, we're not going to agree, and I'm not going to rehash it.
Okay.
I'm actually going to chance it and take the answer.
So
Go ahead.
You don't need argument from me then? Is
No.
that okay? So what did Michael say next?
Actually, Zach said something before Mike said something.
What did the defendant say next?
He said, why, what do you want with my brother?
Okay, then what was the response that was made by, well, let me just ask, did you do the talking in terms of any discourse or discussion specifically with the defendant?
Me and Mike both did. We
Okay.
conversated with him.
Okay, so what was said next by the two of you?
After he said, no, that's my brother, what do you want with him? Mike said, well, our friend Junior's missing.
Same objection, Judge. I don't know how this is not hearsay. I really struggle
Because
here.
I'll tell you why.
Because this witness is going to testify. So now they want to
I'll
double
tell
up
you
on
why
it.
it's not hearsay.
Okay.
It's because, first of all, he's on the stand, subject to cross, and he is testifying to what he heard with his own ears. To the extent he's repeating what the other gentleman said, I don't see it as being, it is not being offered to prove the truth of the matter, which is asserted.
Well, then perhaps we could get an offer for what it is offered for, because
No, because we're going to move along.
okay.
The objection's overruled.
Can there just be a standing objection in this?
No, there can't.
Okay, thank you. I tried.
Well, no, you did, and, but the, in 1978, the revisers of the evidence code says, oh, no, you can't have standing objections.
What year was that?
78.
Okay, thank you.
I was, well,
All right, Mr. Hendrickson, again, after the two of you were asked, what do you want with him? What was said?
Mike asked him, we want to talk to her, like, we just want to know because our friend Junior's stuff happened at his apartment, and Mike was said to him, I know that, you know, your brother and your brother's ex have been, and Junior were dating or seeing each other. And after that, I really don't recall what Mike was saying to him. I don't remember if he said anything back, but Mike basically explained to him why we're there because we know that your brother and our friend had problems.
Okay, so do you remember the defendant reacting to hearing the news that our friend Junior is missing? And we know that your ex and Junior were seeing each other, dating, something like that?
Yes.
Okay, so having heard those two pieces of information, what, if anything, did the defendant do in reaction?
He said he can call his brother and ask him.
Then what happened?
He started kind of making his way to the house, which was to his left.
Okay, then what happened?
He got into the house, and me and Mike walked back to where we parked.
He, meaning the defendant?
Yes.
Okay, and when he went in the house, and you and Mike walked back to the vehicle, how did you go back to the vehicle? What route did you take?
We took the same route we took going up to the driveway.
All right. How many vehicles were in the driveway, if you remember, that were not the vehicle you guys came in?
2.
Okay. And if you remember, what were the vehicles? Only if you remember.
It was a black car and a dark colored minivan.
Okay. And did you at any time approach either of those two vehicles?
No.
What's the closest that you got to those two vehicles in your estimates?
20, 30 feet maybe.
Okay. And then, and what about Michael? Did he ever approach either of those two vehicles?
No.
And was Michael ever out of your sight during the entire time you were at the property that you described?
No.
After you got back to your vehicles, at your vehicle, obviously I mean Michael's mom's vehicle, what happened next?
We kind of leaned on the hood of the car, I guess expecting him to maybe say, hey, my brother's coming. We just walked back and sat on the car and basically just waited to hear some news.
What's the next thing that happened?
We heard his voice. And
his meaning the defendant?
The defendant. We heard the defendant's voice. Mike spotted him through, I think, a screen door window from inside the residence.
Then what happened?
He asked, what do you guys want with my brother? Or like started having like an aggressive tone.
Then what happened?
Mike was like, we're just here to figure out what's going on with our friend. It's cool. Have a good day.
And then what happened next?
We turned around, got in another vehicle, and backed out and left.
Okay, who drove, if you remember?
Mike.
Then at some point, were law enforcement contacted by Michael and yourself?
By Michael, yes.
Okay. And were you, I don't want to know the details, but were you present when that occurred?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Henderson. I want to walk through a little bit what occurred on May 19th, 2020. When you arrived, you said you walked to kind of behind the residence.
After we went to the front, yes.
And you saw two vehicles. You said a dark colored van and a black car.
Yes.
Did you see anyone in the van?
No.
Did you see anyone cutting out a carpet in the van?
No.
Did you see anyone burning any items?
No.
You said you saw Mr. Anderson
At the time, I didn't know it was him, but yes.
and you saw what he was wearing.
Yes.
And you said it was blue jeans, white shirt.
Yes.
Did anything about his appearance seem odd to you?
No.
Now, you said that you were there to just have a conversation with Mr. Anderson.
Like, what do you mean?
You'd agree that it was more confrontational than conversational?
No.
No. Were you there to sell cookies?
Objection,
I
that's
didn't say
argumentative.
not.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Objection, argumentative.
Well, in the lesser sense, yes.
Were you there to speak to Mr. Anderson about nothing important?
Same objection, it's argumentative.
You know, I think the jury's been very patient with us. I think we need to move this along and not ask questions that don't go directly to what's being sought after.
Sure, Judge, but when the witness
Do
says
what I said.
you were there on serious matters, according to you, right?
Yeah.
And you had never met Mr. Anderson before.
No.
And this was not your property, right?
No.
This was private property.
Yeah.
If you have a home, Mr. Hendrickson,
I do.
if two random people showed up to your home and were asking some pretty serious questions, would you feel that it was a friendly encounter?
Objection, again, it's argumentative, Judge. This is
That's
argument.
You understand you're under oath?
I do.
That's not a
Object-
proper question.
When you went to Mr. Anderson's home on May 19th, 2020, did you have a firearm with you?
Absolutely not.
When you left Mr. Anderson's home, did you get pulled over by law enforcement?
No, we did not.
Did you have any sort of contact with law enforcement when you left Mr. Anderson's home?
At the time, no.
After this had occurred, had anyone from the district attorney's office talked to you?
It was a while afterward, I
Who's-
believe.
who's-
First,
Who spoke to you?
I can't remember.
Okay. And you said Mike had called 911
No, he called the Mequon Police Department
directly.
directly.
When you were there, you had testified that you didn't see anyone burning anything. Did you observe a fire?
No.
Nothing further.
Is the time period that you got there, can you estimate what time of day you got there?
No, it was getting dark though. So whatever time it was during that period, I don't know.
So May 19th, at whatever time period it starts to get dark on May 19th.
Yes.
Here. Nothing else?
Any question?
To that point, it was dark. Was it raining?
No.
On the 19th of May, is your question?
When he was there, was it raining?
At the defendant's house?
Correct.
No, it wasn't.
Nothing further.
You may step down, sir.
Time for a break, Judge, so we can break up our witnesses rather than start one.
All right, 10 to 15 minutes. Please don't talk about the case, read, watch, or listen on any count of the time.
Oh, I can't.
Right. No, sorry. Oh, I was trying to work out Discord. All right. I thought she was getting up. All right, who have we got now?
Maybe 6'1", 220.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to April of 2020. Do you recall Mr. Gutierrez ever coming to you as a friend regarding a relationship he was in?
Yes.
And what was the name of the person he was in a relationship with, if you know?
Sadie.
And when he came to talk to you, do you recall when this was?
When he was in a relationship?
When you had this conversation with him regarding Sadie?
Yeah, the first time it was a Saturday.
And in what month?
Why have we got so much lag? Come on.
State your name for the record and spell both your first and your last name, please.
Eileen Knoll, AILENNOLL.
And are you currently employed?
The audio is horrific.
Yes.
And what do you do for work in general?
I work in the pharmaceutical industry.
And where you currently reside city-wise?
In Racine.
Do you know someone by the name of Rosalio Gutierrez Jr.?
Yes.
And back in May of 2020, how often would you estimate you saw Mr. Gutierrez Jr. on a weekly basis?
A couple times a week.
And what was, at that point in time, your relationship with Mr. Gutierrez Jr.?
He was a friend and then also working for me.
And when you say working for you, what was he doing for you?
He was a contractor, so helping fix some of my units.
Did you flip properties or do something of that nature?
I have rentals, and I did flip at that time, did flip houses.
And Rosalio would assist with that?
Yes.
And was that a consistent thing he would do with you multiple times?
So what time is it over there now? Is it 10:44 in the morning still? I'm trying to work out what time Sarah Boone's sentencing, because it starts at 1:30. So we've got 2.5 hours before her starts. Yes. Okay. So that would be 5:30 here. Okay.
Times a week?
Yes.
I think,
And
yeah, I think I'll have like, because I've set up another stream for Sarah Boone. So yeah, I might have like a half-hour break or something in the middle and then come back and do her. I might set her up on my mobile and log in that way, and that way I can put my feet up because my feet are so swollen, it's ridiculous.
Approximately how long had he been working for you in this role as a contractor for flipping properties?
It had been a few years.
And for your jobs, did you know him to be punctual?
For me, yes.
So does that mean it's an hour earlier?
Now, you also indicated you and Mr. Gutierrez were friends at that point?
Yes.
And saw him on a very regular basis?
No,
Yes.
If you
no, it's Peterhouse in Florida, so yeah, no, it's all right.
were going to estimate for us, as someone who knew him, what would you estimate his height and his weight to be at the time of May of 2020?
Maybe 6'1", 220.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to April of 2020. Do you recall Mr. Gutierrez ever coming to you as a friend regarding a relationship he was in?
Yes.
And what was the name of the person he was in a relationship with, if you know?
Sadie.
And when he came to talk to you, do you recall when this was?
When he was in the relationship?
When you had this conversation with him regarding Sadie?
Yeah, the first time it was a Saturday.
And in what month, if you recall?
I believe it was April.
And what was the nature of the conversation he was having with you regarding his new relationship with this Sadie?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, it ultimately is going to be not for the truth of the matter asserted, but it leads to a name she's able to provide later on to Michael Campbell.
It's a conversation that allows her to know how she gets the info.
What information did Mr. Gutierrez tell you about this relationship in context with this case?
That he,
No. That last part.
What information did he tell you in regards to Sadie the Saturday you spoke to him in April?
Again, the same objection. This is clearly for the matter asserted.
I don't know that it's as clear as you suspect.
Well,
You have the advantage that you have all the discovery in that, so I don't have that, but to me, it's not so clear.
Well, if it's not,
And it's not testimonial, so it can be approached a little more,
either way, how is it relevant?
I don't know yet. It actually, that may be the weakest feature of it, but you can answer.
What was the nature of your conversation with Mr. Gutierrez that April Saturday?
he had let me know that he was in a relationship with Sadie, and he had spent the night with her that evening before he came to my house. He had talked about an altercation or something that had happened where someone had broken into his truck or got into his truck. And
Judge, again, this is. Can we briefly let the court know where it leads?
It's time. Give us a minute. Well, go ahead.
Okay, so the relevance.
Could we do this outside the presence of the witness? Because otherwise he's just coaching her.
Well, I don't know that I agree with that. Go ahead.
So this witness hears from the individual from Rosalio Gutierrez that someone that Sadie's ex-boyfriend has broken into his truck and been monitoring him and been filming him. So he hears those things. So when Miss Knoll, who is the original person who begins to alert the friend group, hey, where is Rosalio? When she does that, and when she provides the both law enforcement and when she provides Michael Campbell and his associates the name of the person, she is providing a name of a person because she has heard who Sadie is. She's had recent information about this incident, and so that's why this name comes up. That's why these people go visit. It explains exactly why all these people do these things. So it is the centerpiece of why Eileen Knoll is not picking a random person in this situation. So remember, the defense in this case is that you should have focused on X, Y, and Z persons. Well, there's a reason why law enforcement and people close to Rosalio Gutierrez, et cetera, continue to focus.
That would have been true. In fact, it was true in the case of the state against Jensen, the letter from the grave. This is very close, really, to that. And
this is not testimony. That was a
testimonial statement. I agree with you.
This is.
But we're working with hearsay here, even though the hearsay rule is in a steep decline. It's still the law.
Sure.
And
but it was found to be.
This is other than the testimonial aspect. This is I think, remarkably similar to the letter from the grave in the Jensen case.
Well, he wasn't alleging that he was about to be killed or any of those things. He wasn't alleging, hey, look for this suspect.
Providing the motive.
he is indicating, well, you're going to hear that motive from Sadie, who's going to say she's an eyewitness to some of those things. You're going to hear it from the daughter, who's going to say I was a participant in some of those things. So you're going to hear direct witnesses who talk about experiencing that going through. But it doesn't help the jury understand why Michael Campbell and his associates know where to head. Remember, there's been an accusation these people have interfered with the investigation. Remember, there was an offer of proof made. Well, the counter to that is that Eileen Knoll has heard a conversation from this individual, not meant to be told to law enforcement. You don't report this to Eileen Knoll to get the cops to intervene. You tell Eileen Knoll because she's a friend of yours, and when it's reported to Eileen Knoll, she simply stores that away until a moment where now he's missing, and so she has one particular person who she's going to look up and maybe provide information to others about.
So based on that, we get to get into everything this dead person says, or the supposedly dead person we don't even know. I mean, I agree about the Jensen analogy. It's dead on point, and it's clearly testimonial. It's also, if we have Sadie and Olivia.
It's not testimonial.
Well, if we have all these other witnesses that are going to talk about all this other stuff to counter the defense's theory about law enforcement, then that makes this even less relevant.
Yeah, that's not true because Sadie doesn't speak to Michael Campbell and those people. Eileen Knoll is in contact with those people. The daughter is not in contact with Michael Campbell, etc. The only person is Eileen Knoll in that regard. And so, they hear this information and they are directed that direction partly because Eileen Knoll here's enough information, Sadie, ex-boyfriend of Sadie, to be able to put two and two together and direct them in a particular direction. And so, again, Judge, this is, right now, what the jury is left with in the alternative is, well, how, unless these people are directly in on this, do they have a way to go and find this random guy? They've never spoken to Sadie. They don't know any of these people. And so how are they randomly going to find this guy on the planet?
I don't know, but that doesn't change the rules. And the fact that we're not allowed to, now I'm not speaking of this particular testimony or this witness, but you could get a lot of common gossip in with that kind of an explanation. Gee, the jury isn't going to understand this unless you let in this gossip. That's not the rule.
So then, by his theory, then I guess she directed Campbell and his friend to go over and threaten Zach. Is that somehow helpful to the state's theory? I don't get it. I don't understand the purpose or the relevance of this.
Did I purport that?
No, you didn't. But to me, it's the non-testimonial letter from the grave, and it's banned out of the hearsay rules as they stand. The proposal, the practice in England for many years has been to let the jury have it and let them work with what it is. That's a proposal for the federal rules, but it's not in the federal rules yet, even though it's widely practiced, and it's not in our rules.
I do feel this court has, in practice, been fairly has thought about the hearsay rules and had you and I have had personal discussions about hearsay on many records. I think this moment certainly feels familiar to you as it does to me, and I have often had an expression on my face similar to the one I have right now because of my thought process that the hearsay rule should be much stricter. And the court on those days has talked to me about how you have an expansive view of hearsay and believe that a jury should hear it. Now, again, every case is different, so I simply don't in any way mean that the court is changing its mind in sort of philosophy. But I would suggest to the court.
No, it's not that at all. It's that in the Jensen case, I said the evidence couldn't come in, and your office appealed, and the Supreme Court reversed. So I had to try the case the whole time knowing that it was going to go down in flames, which it did, until the DA's office was finally compelled to keep out that part of the case. That was the letter from the grave. And now you're back with the same type of evidence, except it's non-testimonial.
Well, luckily, we're under much wiser leadership now than what the court is portraying in terms of prior. Judge,
Well, I think what you're saying, Judge, is that it's not going to come in, so we should move on.
He was talking, and the jury's sitting in the back. And he's right. We have feuded over hearsay, and I think he has misunderstood what I've said on it, but he does understand that we don't agree. Ask the jury to come in, please.
So he can't get into this?
Will be sustained.
Thank you.
So she'll indicate.
You may be seated.
Ms. Knoll, moving forward to May 15th of 2020, do you recall having a discussion with Mr. Gutierrez regarding an upcoming scheduled install at one of your properties?
Yes, was that Saturday?
May 15th, I believe, was a Friday.
Friday, yes.
I'm going to approach with what's previously been marked State's Exhibit 2, 4, and 3. Put this up on the screen here. So looking specifically at the top here, with the green messages here on the right side, would those be from Mr. Gutierrez to you?
No, Tricia, me.
So he says to you downstairs.
Sorry, you have to answer out loud.
Yes. Said yes.
Yes.
So he says to you on May 15th at 4:53 p.m. Downstairs tenant is scheduled for Monday for lights install. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And you indicate back, great. What about the hall light?
Correct.
And he indicates back to you, I'll do it on Monday when I do the other ones.
Yes.
And you indicate back, okay.
Yes.
And May 15th would have been a Friday, so Monday would have been May 18th. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
And so the plan here is he's going to be doing work on one of your properties that day.
Yes.
Was that
I
work
don't
ever
think
completed by
so.
Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
It'd be
Choose
nice.
This document
No, alas.
from you. From May 17th at 1:52 p.m. It reads, I don't think this setup works right. The water
Maybe if I
drains too
reverse
slow
the
and backs
numbers.
up, and the water is sitting in the disposer. Do you recall this conversation with him?
Yes.
And is this regarding something at your personal home?
Yes.
And does Mr. Gutierrez then respond with a couple of messages on May 17th all the way up until 2 p.m.?
Yes.
After May 17th at 2 p.m., do you ever hear from Mr. Gutierrez again?
No.
Now, subsequent to him not showing up on May 18th to do the install at your properties, do you attempt to reach out to Mr. Gutierrez?
Several times.
And how do you attempt to do that?
That Monday morning, I had texted him to see if he was getting over there, and the iMessage went through as a text message, which usually meant his phone was off. I got busy and didn't follow up until the next day. I texted him, and the same thing. The iMessage went through as a text. So I tried to call him, and it went straight to voicemail. So then I called Michael Campbell.
And was that unusual for Mr. Gutierrez's phone to go right to voicemail for 2 solid days?
For any day, yes.
So then you just indicated to us that you then reached out to Michael Campbell. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 244. So is this blue message from you to Mike Campbell? It says, hey Mike, hi Mike, sorry to bother you. Have you heard from Rosalio the last couple of days? I tried to call, but it goes straight to voicemail.
Yes.
And was that from May 19th at about 2:08 p.m.?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay,
These are
as to what Michael Campbell was going to say.
The objection's overruled.
And then do you actually identify yourself to Mr. Campbell so he knows who's communicating with him?
Yes.
And then Mr. Campbell says back to you, I seen him Saturday. Is everything okay? Is that accurate?
Yes.
And you indicate back, I was checking to see if he was.
May I see it?
Why have they even got this?
The
written?
objection's
Like,
overruled.
yeah, okay. We've established we didn't turn up to it.
So you indicate I was checking to see if he was able to get the lights installed in the other unit and hall.
That's correct.
And then you indicate just making sure he is okay, not like him to have his phone off.
Yes.
And Mr. Campbell indicates, okay, I'm doing some detective work for you.
Yes.
And you indicate, okay, thanks, just making sure he's okay.
Yes.
After having these interactions with Mr. Campbell, who had also didn't know where Mr. Gutierrez was, what did you do next?
I was working that day, so I'm sure I continued working. And then Michael called me to let me know that he was at the apartment.
And when Michael called you to let you know he was at the apartment, whose apartment was he at?
Rosalia's.
And what did you do after hearing that information?
I went there as well.
And what, if anything, did you see when you arrived at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
Just the police tape around the apartment.
And did you attempt to speak with police regarding any information you had?
I tried to at that time, but they were busy.
And ultimately, did you have further discussions with Mr. Campbell away from the scene a little bit later on that night at roughly 6:15 p.m., 6:18 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. Whoop-de-doo. Let's go to day 7. Come on. Oh, she's in blue. How lovely. Lovely. 7:20. The audio in this is just, you suck, law and crime. All right. Ready, go.
Now, the determination of a violation of the confrontation clause is subject to a harmless error analysis. And then the court went into the harmless error analysis and
Well,
determined.
I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off.
It's fine.
But, for me, I'm not going to start at the standpoint of looking at it as harmless error. It's error whether it's harmless or not. And in fact, what is harmless in one case may not be harmless in another. And when you get into confrontation, it's harmless error analysis. I can't remember.
No one is purporting in this case that Rosalio Gutierrez is a eyewitness.
I just like
the defendant
facial expression
doing any of these acts. Okay, he does not see the individual. You know, we make our proof in this case through phone evidence, through some defendant admissions when he is interviewed by law enforcement. None of those things does Rosalio Gutierrez personally witness. So, you know, there will never be a time where a jury would, you know, unfairly conclude, oh, you know, there's additional evidence that Rosalio Gutierrez is a witness to these items. It only goes to his, what he expresses to his close friends, and it informs why they then.
Thank you for your patience, folks. The entire time we were disputing an evidentiary issue, and if you were law students, you might actually have found it educational. I did.
Oh my God.
But it did take that long.
Mr. Campbell, you were sworn in yesterday. You were
Yes.
Okay. So last night, I was speaking to you, I was asking if you, on the date of May 19th, 2022, began to have contact with a person named Eileen Knoll.
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember how that, what means of contact? Was that in person, by phone, by text? How was that happening, if you recall?
By text.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 244.
Still can't hear him very much. Yep.
So I'm going to first show you page 1 of that. You read that from where you're located. I'm moving in.
Yes.
Okay. And does this indicate a time that you received, that a text was received?
Does it have a time? Yes. Yes.
And what's the time?
I wish, Anna.
Is that on May 19th?
Yes.
Okay. So would that be 2:09 in the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And is this a copy
From the
of
neck
text
up.
first received
Yeah. Down to.
regarding Rosalio Gutierrez?
Yes.
And could you read that text for the jury? Can you see it while I read it?
Yes.
Okay. So just in case they were having any trouble reading it, could you read the text you received?
Hi, Mike. Sorry to bother you. Have you heard from Rosalio the last couple of days? I've tried to call, but go straight to voicemail.
Okay. So do you recall getting that particular text?
Yes.
And then I'm going to ask you about this text, starting at the top. And again, this is the State's Exhibit 242 on the second page. Did you get a follow-up text at, looks like
I'm just going to object and interrupt. Previously, the state had said they're looking at Exhibit 244. So is this 244 or 242?
I apologize. It says State 244. Did I mistake the number earlier?
Just now, you said 242.
Apologize. So again, State 244. Did you get a text at 208:55?
Yes.
Okay. Was the prior text 208:47 that I showed you just a minute ago?
Yes.
All right. Is this again a text to you?
Yes.
And what does this text say, if you could read it?
This is Eileen, by the way.
Okay. And then you read it at 2:09:16. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Then if I proceed further, there's blue and there's green. Does the green appear to be your answer?
Yes.
Is that again to Eileen Knoll?
Yes.
And did you?
I don't know if, I think these last two witnesses are just basically saying that they tried to contact him and it was not like him to not respond or have his phone off. And yeah. So if I skip through them, sorry. I'm just trying to focus on the important
Send that
bits.
at 2:09:55.
Yes.
Okay. And what did you respond to Eileen Knoll at that 2:09:55 again on the 19th of May?
I seen him Saturday. Is everything okay?
And then did Ms. Knoll then respond to you with that to that text?
Yes.
And is that a text that where it appears to have been sent to you at 2:11 p.m. 2:11:32 p.m. on May 19th?
Yes.
What does that text say in response to your text?
I was checking to see if he was able to get the lights installed in that other unit in Hall.
All right, so this is the bloke that the chick before was
And if we
texting.
go on again, this is
Come on. Oh, look. Who's that? Got something different to look at for a change. No? Mm-hmm. Sorry. That was a good
underpaying
pause.
person for tile work would be something that would be a Denny violation. What possible other explanation would there be for raising this? And again, this is not a name that we've been provided or the court was noticing.
Lack of police investigation into the discovery into this case.
Well,
This
what
is
about
not
the
an
district
allegation.
attorney's point? What about the district attorney's point?
Point about what? That I've named an individual? It would be coming in with the phone records anyway that he stipulated to.
I didn't stipulate.
It's a
any Denny
fact,
violation.
Judge. There's a difference between establishing fact and making a Denny argument. I'm not doing that here. I'm also just inquiring further from a witness's answer. I'm not pointing the finger, nor am I offering to point the finger. I'm offering it as evidence that the state ignored, which is evident because they clearly don't know what I'm talking about right now.
Oh, just that is an improper argument. That's improper. So if every person that a contractor ever has an argument with has to be individually investigated.
Stop.
You know what I used to say when my kids were bickering like that? This is what I'm hearing. This is what I want to hear. Nope. How do I get back now? That one, is it? No. 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 Oh, which one am I? Oh, there we go. I don't want to hear them argue. The judge just got his mouth open, just like waiting for the drool.
I'm going to ask you folks to just step out for
Oh my God.
2 minutes.
Whatever.
Please don't talk about the case.
That's not true. Oh, look, another view of the court. Oh, there we go.
Your friend's disappearance. The answer was something like "you bet" or something like that. And then the next follow-up question was, drove over an hour just to have a conversation with him, and his answer was yes, I did. So I'm aware of the court's ruling on the hearsay. I'm just asking the court, and I don't want to make additional argument. I'm just indicating, does the court feel that has opened the door in any way that allows admissibility of the things we talked about this morning? No argument.
That allows the
Admissibility of the thing that I sought to introduce this morning. So in other words, did the fact that the defense asked those two specific questions cause any change in the court's hearsay ruling from this morning? And I'm not asking to be able to extensively argue it. I just know that additional thing has happened. So that he was directly asked those questions. And so whether that changes the ruling on admission of hearsay on that topic is my only question.
Well, I'm actually going to invite comment. Did you want to respond?
Yes, thank you. The questions about the nature of why Mr. Campbell testified that it was simply just to go there, have a conversation with the guy. Those questions were offered to try to rebut his answer about that it was going to be a civil conversation. That's all the defense has to add, Judge.
Why?
The reason for him going there, which I believe was also addressed by the state, but his assertion was that it was just to have a conversation. My asking those questions was to show how to discredit his answers about his nature of him going.
And so my argument there is Yeah, they've now attempted to discredit an answer he was legally precluded from giving, right? So the court made a ruling, and now the response from the defense was to make it seem as if he failed to provide an answer, and so is suspicious. So remember, I was only allowed to argue or to ask him a question where I said, well, did you go to a particular place? Yes. Whose place, right? And they got the name. Now, defense has responded to that direct, where I was limited, and they said, did you assume he had something to do with your friend's disappearance? And you drove over an hour just to have a conversation with him? And of course, that's the direct allegation that they made in opening as well. And so now, again, the jury is left with this, that all that has been offered in direct is that he went there with no explanation why. And now there's been some assertions under cross that there is a aspersion. There's a reason that's dishonest in some way, right? And so now his credibility has been directly challenged when the actual honest answer is that he's legally precluded from offering the answer that would settle that issue, or would at least illuminate that issue.
My understanding in direct, though, is that he had said that he was going to Zachariah Anderson's house, and then he said that the reason he went there was to talk to him about his friend's disappearance. So the defense then asking, you drove an hour out of your way to talk to someone that you thought had something to do with your friend's disappearance is not anything new that I opened the door to. Rather, it was just calling into question his previous answers.
Yeah.
It's the two questions in sequence is my argument to the court.
But there was nothing that didn't come up in direct. I didn't offer any new information, nor did the witness offer anything that I feel leaves the jury at a cliff.
Well, it's closer, but raise your right hand, please. Do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated. Oh, that's it.
Ms. Saylor, can you state your first and last name and spell both your names for the record? I'm sorry, did we swear in? I apologize.
I did.
Oh, okay, sorry. Can we state your first and last name and spell both your names for the record?
Erica Saylor, ERIKA-SAYLOR.
And Ms. Saylor, what town or city do you live in currently?
Kenosha.
And do you have any children?
I do.
How many?
3.
And do you have any children with a person named Michael Campbell?
I do.
How many?
2.
And as to Michael Campbell, were you back in May of 2020 in a relationship of some kind with Mr. Campbell?
Yes.
How would you characterize the relationship in May of 2020?
He was my boyfriend.
And where, if any place, can you tell me, did you reside versus where he resided in May of 2020?
We lived together.
And again, what city was that in, if you can tell us?
Kenosha.
Saylor, are you familiar with a person named Rosalio Gutierrez?
I am.
And how do you know that person?
He was a friend of mine.
And when did you first know him?
I met him about 16 years ago.
Okay. And was he a continuous friend up through May of 2020, or was he a person you knew periodically?
No, he was a continuous friend.
Okay. And what, if anything, can you say about in the time period of May of 2020, whether he and Michael Campbell had any connections or were in any way attached, friendship, work, any of those things?
Both. They were really good friends, and they worked with each other quite often.
Now, I've indicated Michael Campbell. Is that a person you're in a romantic relationship of any kind today?
No.
I want to turn your attention to the weekend that happened just before May 19th. Well, let's start with May 19th. Apologize. On May 19th, a Tuesday of 2020, was there a moment that somebody brought you news which was worrisome to you?
Yes.
And what would be your best estimate, again, just an estimate on what time you received that news and where you were?
I would say it was probably early afternoon. I was at home.
Okay. And who provided you news? I'm not asking what it was, but who provided it to you?
Mike.
And based on the news that you heard, did anyone else eventually arrive at your home?
Yes.
And who else do you recall arriving at your home again on that afternoon of May 19th, 2020?
Brandon Hendrickson.
Is that a person you already knew?
Yes.
How did you know that person?
He was a friend of ours.
And after both Michael Campbell and Mr. Hendrickson and yourself were at the residence, what, if anything, did you do to begin to investigate any matters?
I immediately began to look for information in regards to Sadie. I knew that she had been seeing Junior, and
Let me stop you. So when you say Junior, are you referring to a person we've identified previously as Rosalio Gutierrez?
Yes.
So if you say Junior, that's who you mean?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I began to look for information to find out who Sadie was.
Were you ultimately able to figure that out?
Yes.
And if you recall, what source did you use? If you don't, just indicate in general.
Oh yeah, I searched Junior's Facebook friends.
Okay. And ultimately, you found an individual you could identify as a person you believed was likely Sadie?
Correct.
Okay. And then at that point, did you have a name for that individual? If you know. Did you have other than Sadie's first name? Did you have a
No, I only knew of her first name.
Okay. And then what further investigation, if anything, did you do after you received or after you found out that who Sadie was?
I dug through her Facebook, just trying to get some general information about her ex. And then after that, I CCAP'd her.
Okay. And did you figure out who the ex was?
I did.
And were you able to get a name?
Yes, I was.
And what name were you able to obtain?
Zachariah Anderson.
And in general, are you aware of what sources or how you figured out that her ex was Zachariah Anderson at this point?
Yes. So when I CCAP'd her, there was, I think, a few court cases.
Yeah. Okay. And I don't want to know the details, but that you did through CCAP. Okay. And ultimately, through CCAP, you were able to identify a name, and that's Zachariah Anderson.
Correct.
And at any point, did you do any further investigation regarding this person, Zachariah Anderson, in relation to where the person might live or any of those kind of things?
I wouldn't say that I did further investigation into where he lived because that information was in the public records that I found.
Okay. So at some point, did you have in your possession on the afternoon of May 19th, 2020, an address you thought was likely an address of Zachariah Anderson?
Yes.
And what did you do with that information? Did you give it to anyone? Did you just keep it a secret? What'd you do?
I gave it to Mike.
And that's the person, Michael Campbell?
Correct.
And I don't want to know what was discussed, but after Michael Campbell received it, what did you observe happen next?
He left the house.
And did Michael Campbell leave with anyone?
Yes, with Brandon.
Okay. Was anyone else who are adults present when Michael Campbell and Brandon left your home?
No.
And what would be your estimate, if you have one, on what time they would have left your house? Again, only if you know.
I would say late afternoon.
Okay. Excuse me. Ms. Saylor, I'm going to now turn your attention to the weekend before this Tuesday, the 19th. Okay. What, if anything, can you say about any memory you believe you have about contact with Rosalio Gutierrez on that day?
On
that weekend, I apologize.
We spent time with him that weekend at our home.
Do you have a recollection of what day that would have been? Only if you know.
No, I can't say exactly.
And do you have a recollection of who else was at the home with the three of you?
Our children.
Okay, meaning your children?
Correct.
And are you, other than your children and Rosalio Gutierrez and yourself, who else was present, if any?
Mike.
Mike? Okay, and were any other children present other than your children, your grouping of children?
I believe his children were there, but I honestly don't recall.
Okay. And do you recall what was going on in this situation?
Oh yeah, we were just having dinner like we would do weekly.
All right. Now, I'm going to turn your attention now to the Sunday evening, May 17th of 2020. In the evening hours, so dinner on, do you believe you recall who you were with, if anyone?
Yes.
And who do you believe you were with?
I was with Mike, my kids.
Mike Campbell?
Correct.
Okay, and kids, meaning the three kids you mentioned?
Yes.
And where were you located?
And our home.
Okay. And were you able to look back through either your social media or your phone, any information you keep on your phone or any information you store to provide some information to you about what was happening around mealtime?
Yes.
And did you provide that eventually to the DA's office?
I did.
Okay, I'm going to show you a video. What's it? Oh, let's do that. Ask you if you recognize this as something you provided to the state, meaning the DA's office.
I'm going to object as far as relevancy and foundation.
Respond. Yes. She's indicated who was with her on the evening of the 17th. She's indicating she has a memory of that. She's indicating these videos contribute to her ability to remember that. So we're going to show these as to confirm that she's bolstered by the fact that she has reviewed these videos.
That she has what?
She's bolstered by the fact that she has found these videos and that they confirm her memory that she and Michael and her children
I'm
were
not
together.
sure. Are you asking her to view them to refresh her memory or merely to buttress the fact that her memory has been refreshed?
To show that they confirm the memory of what she remembers that day. So they bolster her memory, correct? They bolster.
Are you offering for her to look at them or jury to see them?
I'm offering them for the jury to see because they are the reference points that allow her to say, yes, on the 17th, this is what we were doing.
Yeah, Judge. She hasn't established that her memory is faulty in any way, so this isn't being done to refresh recollection that, that she's indicating she can't remember. And you can't bolster someone's memory of what happened before. I mean, first of all, we're not supposed to bolster anything, right? But also, if it hasn't been established that she needs this to refresh anything about what she's testifying to,
what's the point?
It's really not relevant.
If we're, I'm still not clear.
What was that?
Shogun.
Okay, and were you able then to show us a time and date stamp on a separate document that verified that this video was from the 17th in the evening?
Yes.
Okay, so now I'm going to show you that, and Counsel, if you'd say what his number.
State Exhibit 1, number 347.
Okay, so is this again the video in question?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and can you see on there?
I have no idea what.
It allows us to tell you what date and time
Just
that video
ask,
was
they're
taken.
bringing-
And so what does this exhibit reveal?
It states May 17th, 2020 at 7:30 p.m.
Okay, and is that consistent in your memory with when this was served to your family?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you also have a memory from the 17th of a performance taking place at your household?
Yes.
Okay, and I don't want to know the name of that individual, but can you indicate by sex and age who that person was back in May of 2020?
A male boy. Is that what you want?
Well,
You said
son
by
or
sex
daughter,
and age.
son or daughter.
Okay, it was.
We're trying not to say names of minors.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, definitely not. It was my son.
Okay, and what age was he in the video?
He was seven.
7?
Seven or 8.
And did that also provide you some context of this particular Sunday at your house?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to take a look at that, and it's marked what?
State Exhibit 1, 345.
And then tell me as this is going on, is there a person peeking sort of in the background?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you the one providing whatever the commentary is there?
That is me.
Okay. And did a person peek through a doorway in the background there?
Yes.
Okay. And who was that?
Yes. That was Mike Campbell.
And is the hairdo that we saw in that peek the same hairdo you recall him having in on May 17th of 2020?
Yes.
So
Executive
as I saw him, he
decision
appeared
made.
to have a shaven head.
Yes.
And in your capacity as a DNA analyst at the State Crime Lab, during that those several years as a DNA analyst, do you have a estimate on how many samples that you would perform tests on and do some additional testing? It would be my understanding. Is that correct?
I think that's a fair statement. Yes.
And in the conjunction with the items you tested for possible DNA, did you prepare a report again dated August 8th, 2022?
I did.
And did you provide some conclusions within that report about the things you tested?
Yes, I did.
And do the opinions you offer that in report, and in fact the opinions you offer in your testimony today, are you offering those to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 44. Just for purposes of the record, could you indicate, is this a copy of that report of August 8th, 2022 that we've talked about so far?
So another DNA analyst. I nearly called him an analyst.
Yes, it appears to be an accurate copy of the report that I prepared and issued on August 8th of 2022.
So you anticipated my next question, which is it a true and accurate copy of the report you prepared?
Yes, it is.
Any changes or alterations you see other than a sticker on it that has a number?
No, correct.
Judge, I'd move admission of the exhibit.
Is there objection?
No.
Steve?
I'd like to go through your conclusions on that exhibit briefly. And ask, did you take a look at an item that that is described as item AU, a piece of clothing described as jeans?
Yes.
And was that something that you were asked to determine whether there was the presence of blood?
Yes, it was.
And were you able to figure out whether the presence of blood were located on that?
Okay. All right. So what do we say? Every trial has a Walmart reference and a backdoor reference. Thank you, Idhef. It's coming in the back door.
At a pair of jeans.
I looked for blood. I could not identify any blood on those pair of jeans.
And were you able to identify DNA on those jeans?
There were a couple of stained areas that I extracted for DNA, and I did find DNA in both those stains.
And ultimately, were you able to compare that to a profile of a particular individual?
I compared it to several profiles. There was one matching profile for for the genes. I compared it to several individuals, but none of those were matches. They were all exclusions.
So as to the match, was that an individual identified to you as Zachariah Anderson?
Yes, with my testing, I assumed since that was the individual associated with the genes or that they were taken from, that his DNA would have been present on there.
Yes,
and
I know.
In your lab world, when you say associated with and you're talking about genes, you mean who wore them? Would that be our normal phrase for that?
Yes.
Okay. So you would anticipate the person who wore them would have DNA on them. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And did you confirm that was the case in your results here?
When I looked at the profile, it was a mixture. And the types that I found, the types that were present were consistent with the person that they were from.
Spit it out.
Zachariah, but also there was another person, and when I tried to figure out who the other person was in that mixture, all the standards that I compared it to, they were all exclusions. In other words, no one explained who the second contributor was.
And just for purposes of the jury knowing, one of the people that you looked at who were excluded, meaning they were not the source of that DNA, was...
Did they establish what that 50K was withdrawn for? Yeah. What did he take out the cash for? Anyone know? Does it come up in the trial or?
The individual Rosalio Gutierrez, is
Oh,
that correct? So his
withdrawn
DNA
50K?
was not detectable on the genes.
That's correct. He was an exclusion as being the second contributor for that stain.
So to this point in time, the second contributor is unknown to you. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now I'd like to go on to an item that you identify as item AV, and that's labeled in your report as swabbing recovered from the exterior door north side. Did you conduct a test on item AV?
Yes, I was able to determine that was there was blood present on item AV.
And was blood present?
Yes.
And
You just
then
said that.
did you attempt to indicate whether that DNA had blood that was appropriate for comparison with the DNA of the other persons that you had samples of?
Yes, I compared it to several individuals, and there was only one person that came back as a match.
And does that mean that person would be the source for purposes of your discussion?
In my opinion, they were the source of that profile.
And who was that individual? Who was the source?
That was Rosalio Gutierrez.
And again, that was blood, and it was at the exterior door north side. Is that correct?
Correct.
The label.
Correct. That's item AV.
I'm going to show you this been marked as Case Exhibit 86, and just confirm that packaging appears to be the same sample that you tested, and again found to be the blood of Rosalio Gutierrez.
86. Previously admitted.
Yes, it is. It has our laboratory case number. It has the item designation letter, and it also has the date and my initials on it.
So that is the sample that you just testified to in terms of results.
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm at item AW that is indicated as a swabbing recovered from the interior door. Did you take a look at AW?
I did.
And first of all, did you try to determine whether there was blood?
Correct.
And how did you? What if any result did you get?
Again, I was able to determine that there was blood on that item.
And then did you do further testing to see if it was appropriate to see if anybody's DNA matched?
Yes, I was able
So
to.
this is further DNA samples swabbed from Gutierrez Jr.'s apartment. Is that right? We're reanalyzing more DNA swabs from blood splatter, are we?
To do, again, DNA typing on there, developed a profile that was usable for comparison and compared it to a number of individuals.
Analyst.
And did it result in a match?
Yes.
And who was the match?
Again, there was only one match, and and that person that it was matching to was Rosalio Gutierrez.
Now, when something is blood like that, is the single match idea? Is that what you would expect to have be the result?
You mean like a single source profile or?
Yeah, as opposed to skin cells and those kind of things where there might be more mingling. Is blood a logical place for you to get a single source profile?
Probably that would be the tissue that yields a single source profile the most often for the
Right.
cases that we work.
So no surprise,
I
that you got a
thought
single
so.
source on blood.
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you then what's been marked as State's Exhibit 84. Ask you, is that the packaging for AW?
Dooby dooby doob 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 doob. Was established that there
Yes,
was
it is. And again, this
a
has our
remarkable amount of
laboratory
blood.
case number, the item designation letter, which is AW.
All right,
And I've also placed.
let's go. Come on. There's this one. Next. Next. Come on. Here we go. Come on. Today, Junior.
8 days, I should ask if they're comfortable. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
No.
Thank you.
I'm going to lie my little ass off.
Can you state your first and your last name and please spell both your names for the record?
Catalina Remsburg, CASALYNAREMSBURG.
We want to turn your attention back to the time period of mid-May of 2020. Were you employed in May of 2020?
Yes.
And in general, what kind of job were you working?
I was an assistant kitchen manager at Quick Trip.
And were you living with anyone during that period of time, May of 2020?
My older sister, Christine.
Okay, and is her last name Remsburg as well?
Yes.
Okay. And how long had you been living with Christine Remsburg by
How
the
long
time
did
period
have
of May of 2020?
waiting?
About 2 years at the time.
And in that capacity of knowing Christine Remsburg, is there anyone here in the courtroom you also came to know through her?
Zach.
Okay. Is that person that you just named as Zach here in the courtroom?
Yes.
For purposes of the record, could you point out where that person is located and say what they're wearing today?
He's right there. He's wearing a gray tuxedo.
Okay.
Tuxedo. You mean
and so I'm going to refer to him as the defendant.
Okay.
You'll know who I mean, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So Ms. Remsburg, during the time period that you were living with, in May of 2020, how did you know the defendant? So like, how was he connected to either you or your sister?
He was my sister's boyfriend.
And how long had they been boyfriend and girlfriend to your knowledge?
About a year.
Okay. And that was all a period of time that you also lived with your sister?
Yes.
And during that approximately a year, how many nights, if ever,
No comment
would
there,
you
Mr.
estimate the
Idaho.
defendant would spend at your home with Christine Remsburg?
About 4 or 5 nights a week.
And that was through that entire about a year?
Yes, about.
How often did Christine Remsburg go over to the defendant's home during that time period?
She almost never, only once.
Once in their entire relationship?
Yes, that I know of.
Okay. And at the period of time of May of 2020, now I'm directing you now to May 17th through 19th of 2020, right? Just before someone came and found you at Quick Trip. Did you know your sister to be driving a particular vehicle during that time?
Sometimes she would drive Zach's car, which is the black Audi.
Okay. And why was she driving that car, if you know?
She wrecked her old car.
When she wrecked her car, was she, to your knowledge, was she the regular driver of the Audi because her car was wrecked?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. And so what car did you observe the defendant driving during that period of time? So May of 2020.
He usually drove the gray van.
That would be the most common car you would see with him? Yes. And now I'm going to turn your attention to May 19th, 2020. Did you work a 2 to 10 shift on that particular evening, if you recall?
Yes.
And on the 19th of
I like the
May
hair.
of 2020, did some people come who interrupted your work shift?
Yes, it was 2 detectives.
Okay. And did they appear to be from the Kenosha Police Department? Did you know?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. And were they asking you
Yeah,
about
that one, didn't I?
what had occurred 2 nights earlier on May 17th, 2020?
They asked me if Zach was at the apartment that night, and I said no, he was not.
And you felt confident of that?
Yes.
Now, it had only been 2 nights earlier, right?
Yeah.
So your memory wasn't a problem?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And do you know on that was a Sunday. So on that Sunday, May 17, 2020, did you work a shift?
Yes.
So you worked from when to when, if you know?
I worked 2 to 10 that night.
Okay. And then where'd you go next?
I just went home right away.
All right. And when you got home, what, if anything, can you say about whether the defendant was present?
He was not.
And was anyone present?
My sister was.
And what do you recall about how your sister was acting or feeling about the fact that the defendant was not present?
She was a little upset because she was going to make dinner and he wasn't there. So.
All right. And at the time you saw her after 10, did she have any explanation for why the defendant was not present?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Is being offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted?
Yes.
She's already testified. Mr. Remsburg has already testified. This is her simply indicating what her impression was.
Yeah.
Objections
overruled.
Okay. So again, did it appear to you that that she knew, had she received any information or knowledge of why he wasn't there?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. What time did you go to bed that night?
Probably around midnight.
Other than you and Christine Remsburg and then the defendant 4 or 5 nights a week, was anyone else living in the residence at that time?
No.
If you know, during this time period of May of 2020, were there times when your sister and the defendant would leave and go elsewhere, go out someplace together?
Once in a blue moon, they would, yeah.
And if you recall, what vehicle would they commonly use? Again, if they used one vehicle commonly, if they both went out somewhere.
I think it was a black Audi.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
The state had asked you about, when your sister and Mr. Anderson were dating, if they would go out on dates, and you said maybe once in a while. Remember that question?
Yes.
It's true that the majority of the time that they'd be hanging out, they'd be in the house watching movies, things of that sort.
Yes.
No further questions.
Nothing on that.
You may step down.
State calls Marquand Washington to the stand.
This matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated.
Mr. Washington, can you state your first and your last name and spell your names for the record?
Marquand Washington, Marquan, Washington, Washington.
How old are you today?
31.
And where have you most regularly resided in your life, lived in your life?
Racine, Wisconsin.
Have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes.
How many times?
6.
And are you in custody right now for charges that are called federal charges?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean the U.S. government is prosecuting you?
Yes, sir.
So it's not the state of Wisconsin that's doing it?
Yes, sir.
And pursuant to that
okay.
federal charge,
Who he
in
apparently
general, where are you being
confessed
housed? Are you in a federal jail or prison, or are you in a state institution?
I'm in a state institution in KCDC, but it's mixed with federal as well.
Okay. And so KCDC is a institution or jail here in Kenosha?
Yes, sir.
Judge, could you ask the witness to talk right into the microphone? Can barely
to.
hear.
Mhm.
You got to speak up. Okay, can you do that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, counsel. As part of your federal prosecution, have you entered into a plea agreement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I first want to talk about what your federal charge is. What do you understand you are charged with right now?
Conspiracy.
Okay, and is that to conspiracy to
Sorry. The irony in that. he's in charges for conspiracy, and now he's taken a plea deal to snitch. Sorry. I just found that amusing. Maybe because it's nearly 4 a.m. Sorry.
to deliver drugs, illegal drugs?
Yes, sir.
And what are the drugs that you are charged with conspiracy to deliver?
Cocaine and marijuana.
And would it be accurate to say that the cocaine that you are charged with conspiracy to deliver is is 30 plus kilos of cocaine?
Yes, sir.
Jesus.
And what quantity of marijuana are they saying that you were in a conspiracy to deliver?
Now that's
I
one
believe
party.
600 pounds.
And so you've entered a plea in that case. Is it a plea of guilty?
Not guilty yet, but
Okay. So what is your status right now in that case?
Witness's last word was but.
I thought you said not guilty yet.
correct.
Oh, I thought
said
you
yeah.
I thought you said, yeah, you're right, that mic doesn't work.
Yeah. Okay. Should I go on?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
So, and is it your plan to enter a plea on those charges?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you entered into a plea agreement with the government?
Yes, sir.
And is that a document or agreement you've signed?
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate you are going to plead guilty to some charges?
Yes, sir.
So did you do these offenses that they're charging you with then?
Not the amount, but yes, sir, I have.
Okay. So you're pleading guilty to the charges that we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does the plea agreement, what does the plea agreement say about whether, if you know anything about other crimes, whether you should talk about it or testify or any of that? What do you understand your plea agreement to say about that kind of stuff?
The plea agreement basically said that if I was to enter into this plea agreement and sign it, I would have to be honest about anything that I had knowledge about.
Okay. And so you're supposed to be obligated to do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is there a benefit that you believe you would receive if you provide information on different cases?
If I'm honest about everything, possibly yes.
So what do you understand could be your advantage? So like what
Yo,
could, how could you be
jailhouse
helped
snitch.
if you're honest about some other crimes?
What do you mean, like?
Well, like what advantage do you, I mean, what's in it for you, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well, leniency on sentencing, I guess.
Okay.
So.
And do you know what that means? Like what number that means?
No.
Okay. Has anybody told you what the number is?
No.
And what is your understanding of what happens to you and your agreement if you are dishonest to a court or to authorities? What happens to you if you're dishonest?
I probably wouldn't get anything for it.
Okay. Are they able to hold that against you?
Yes.
So could you be worse off if you lie?
Probably so, yes.
Okay.
Well,
And
you
could you
testify?
mess up your whole agreement?
Yes, sir.
So, and have you been warned about that? Have people told you, here's what might happen if you make something up or if you lie?
Yes, sir.
So you feel like you understand what the consequences are if you were to tell lies in a courtroom
Nice
or
to
to
know.
authorities about any matter? You think you understand what happens?
Yes, sir.
So how long have you been in a jail in Kenosha on these federal charges? Like when did you first get to Kenosha for jail on the federal charges?
I believe 15 months ago.
You remember what month it was or not?
December, I think, of 2021.
Okay. So, and at some point during your time in the Kenosha jail system, did you come to be housed with a person who you found to be named Zachariah Anderson?
Yes, sir.
And what did you call that person? Like when you were speaking to them, what did you call him?
I called him Zach.
Zach. And were you, if you know, did you room with that individual personally? Like you were actually a roommate of that person?
Yes, sir.
And which institution? So there's a downtown jail and then there's KCDC, right?
Yes, sir.
Have you been in both of them during this period of time of incarceration or just one?
I started off at downtown area for a week or so, and then I went to KCDC.
Okay. So is the place that you roomed with this person that you said his name Zachariah Anderson, was that downtown or was that out at KCDC?
It was at KCDC.
And when I say that you room with someone at KCDC, tell me what physically that means. Are there 5 or 10 roommates or just, how many people are, when you say you room with somebody, how many people does that mean?
There's 2 people, me and another person, which was Zach.
Okay. So for a period of time, it was just you and Zach?
Correct.
Okay. And is the person you're identifying as Zach, is that person here in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
So could you point that person out today? And Mr. Washington, tell me what that person is wearing today.
Yes, sir.
Please point that person out.
Yes, sir. He was right there in the gray suit with the gray and blue tie.
I'd ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant, Zachariah Anderson.
Pointing at the defendant.
Mr. Washington, did you room with the defendant from a time period from about December 22nd, 2021 through January 31st, 2022? Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
So if I calculate correctly, that's approximately 5 weeks, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during that time, did you and the defendant come to know each other?
Yes, sir.
And did you have discussions with the defendant during that period of time?
Yes, sir, we did.
And at some point, did you discuss your case?
Yes, sir, I did.
And at some point, eventually, did the defendant discuss his case?
Yes, sir.
So when you discussed your case, who else was around when you were talking about the details of your case with the defendant?
Just me and Zach.
When the defendant discussed his case, was who, if anyone, was around other than you and the defendant?
Just me and Zach.
What, if anything, can you say about during the period of time you were with the defendant, whether you observed any behavior about him having trust issues about people or being paranoid or worried about the government?
He had a lot of paranoia and different trust issues when we was in the cell.
Okay, you got to speak very clearly. Okay. So,
Okay.
all right. So what sort of things did you see that caused you to think, okay, this guy is thinking the government is doing stuff?
Oh, when I was in the cell, he would, initially stated that it was a couple of times that he thought maybe that the government was putting informants in the cell with him, or maybe bugging the cell or recording things without his knowledge.
And did you ever see him do any searches?
Yes.
And what did he tell you, or what did he indicate to you he was searching for?
He was checking to see if there was any recording devices around or some type of camera or some event, just looking.
And did he ever discover anything?
No.
And what, if anything, can you say about whether?
Holy cow, Teresa. That's awesome. That's amazing. Am I allowed to share that? That looks awesome. Sorry, Teresa sent me a video of her Christmas decorations, and holy crap. They're beautiful.
Whether the defendant, what his opinion was of his own intelligence or about an ability to be outsmart people.
Oh, well, he thought he was pretty much smarter than everybody, pretty much.
And what sort of thing did you hear that caused you to believe that?
Just the things that he said.
Let's see if I can share this. What do I save it under? I will put it under. Might need to create a new folder for wrench wenches. All right. Now let's see if I can play it. Come on. Hello, baby. Come on. Oh, there it is. Videos. Wrench wenches. What's it opening in there? No, I don't want you to open it there. Open with media player. Okay, pause, stop, pause, pause. Okay, get out of there. And let me share this. How the fudge do I share this? And ya. Da-da-da-da-da. Check this out. This is Teresia's house, Christmas decorations. How wicked is that? Hello, puppy. Wow. How good's that? Good job. I'm not even putting a Christmas tree up this year. I'm heading up to my mum's. I'm going to Harvey Bay for Christmas, which will be lovely. All right, sorry. Back to that one. There we go.
About like eventually when he talked about his case or how he would deny things, but thought that he was going to beat the case actually, and that you guys were trying to frame him and he was going to get out.
Who did he say was framing him? Do you remember?
He said the police framed him.
Did he say how they had framed him? What they had done?
No, he just said that they was planting evidence and trying to put something on him that he didn't do.
All right. So he indicated to you specifically that the police had planted evidence.
Correct.
Was that said to you once or more than once?
Said a few times.
Okay. And can you indicate
I don't think you showed us
ways that you
all
and he
it,
helped each
did you?
other out? In other words, anything that caused you and him to begin to trust each other for any reason?
Well, when I was in the cell, like I said, we became close. Sometimes, like if I needed him, he would come through for me, and if he needed me, I would come through for him.
Give me an example of the kind of ways you mean.
Like the first time ever was because he usually don't share or do nothing or order much. He goes on to the stuff that he have. He had some food that I needed to cook with at the time, which was tuna, and I asked him, could I get the tuna, and I would order him, four back for the tuna because he did it before with other people, and some people didn't come through on the end, and I showed him that I come through.
So, Your Honor, Mr. Washington is sort of soft-spoken and the words come out kind of quickly. Can we just ask the jury, can they understand him so far? I just want to be sure that they're able to understand him.
Sounds like it.
Okay, good. So, Mr. Washington, it sounds like you negotiated a loan kind of thing, right? You pay me now or I'll pay you later kind of a deal.
Sure.
Okay. Was there a point where, in discussing the defendant's case, that he...
In Australia, we have, well, the homeowners take it upon themselves, but there's certain areas, particular estates and stuff where all the residents get together and they all decorate their houses in the same street. And it's like a tradition over here, Christmas Eve, that, you go Christmas light looking, so that you go to these specific areas and you see all the houses that are really, really decorated. And often there's, the owners are out the front and someone's dressed as Santa and, giving lollies to kids and all sorts of stuff. So, yeah, I love it. It's great. Well, congratulations. Good job. Well, by the look of that, I have no doubt. It looks like you got a bit of land there too.
He talked about any involvement of his brothers.
Yes, he said that he couldn't have contact with his brothers because you guys basically try to say that they had something to do with whatever he had going on with his case, but he didn't.
And did he indicate to you, did his brothers have anything to do with any of this?
He said they didn't.
Okay. So how was he acting about that? Was he sad? Was he very calm about that? What was his reaction to the idea that,
Judge,
hold on, let me finish, that his brothers would be involved?
Judge, objection leading, and he's been doing it repeatedly. I let it go, but definitely leading.
So I've directed him to a topic, and then I've asked what, if anything, was said about that. That's not leading.
And then gave 4 options.
Well,
and if I
no. I think it could be less leading.
Yeah.
Okay, so what, if any, reaction did the defendant have to the issue of his brothers being suggested as being involved in this incident?
Well, he was angry about it. He was mad, actually pissed off. I don't know if I could say that.
Okay. And were you able to find out some personal details about the defendant's background?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So what, if anything, did you come to know about his family in terms of who he got along with, those kind of things?
I found out that, he had brothers. He had supposedly have a sister or something, or call sister. I don't know if it's a sister or not. Him and his dad wasn't close growing up. He lived with him or something like that, but, they didn't have a always good relationship. He told me that they fought one time. He was tough on him and his brothers, stuff like that.
Did he say anything about anyone dying?
He mentioned something about somebody passing away, but I don't remember who it was.
And did he indicate whether that was a problem for him with his own family?
Not that I can recall. I just know that he said he was split up. He wasn't with his mom or his dad. I don't know how he got split up or what was the reason why he was split up.
Did he tell you in terms of sort of everyday jobs, not not doing illegal stuff, but as terms of everyday jobs, what sort of professions he had worked in?
Yes, he told me that he was in he was like did cabling and construction work like that.
Okay, the first one was cableman.
Yeah.
Cableman, okay, and the other was construction.
Correct.
And then, did you have any topics that you felt like the two of you bonded over? You had some things in common.
Yes.
What was that?
Illegal things.
Okay, so what?
Objection. I think we've revisited this before. I think I have to be heard outside the presence of the jury here.
What would the relevance of this particular answer be?
Okay, do you want me to? I would reveal a lot of details by saying it. I will if the court wants me to, but I want to be careful.
The time again. This shouldn't be long.
Yeah.
Talk about the case.
Good.
All right.
So,
well, the objection was.
So the objection, Judge, was that, and I was concerned about this as I read the reports, not only from the interview that Mr. Washington had with Mr. Gravely, but from the debriefs that that there was some discussion supposedly between the two, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Washington, about what the very things that we were worried about before, accusations of drug dealing, the other case he has, and so when he asked about other regular jobs, I thought, okay, we're going to avoid that. I thought we were going to avoid it. But then the very next question was, his answer was about what else did you discuss about? I don't know if it was about work or whatever, but it was, and I think he just said illegal things or about what they bonded over. And so clearly that's where it's going, or maybe we can nip it in the bud here. But that's the reports from his interviews. At least a portion of it involve talking about Zach's other case and going back and forth from California, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so I do intend to bring these details up. So this is not something that I'm doing accidentally. So Mr. Washington has indicated in his debriefing to us in our discussions with him, and this is revealed in the reports, that the reason these two bonded, the reason that they felt they could confide in each other was their shared discussions about the drug business that they had been involved in. So, just like you might say as an inmate in the jail, I bonded over fishing, or as an inmate in the jail, I bonded because we went to the same high school. This is how these individuals bonded. I mean, this is the true facts that was described. And some of the details that Marquand Washington knows are things that are not in a criminal complaint. They're details which reveal that Marquand Washington had real conversations with the defendant. Not that he is just an individual who could come in here and be a mercenary and just describe some facts that he read in a newspaper article. And I just want to give you a couple examples of that. He said he caught a case going back and forth from California. But he's not worried because it's not that much. He's right. In the context of these sorts of cases, it's not as much marijuana as many cases are. And it is a case where he's caught presumably coming from California or from the West Coast. So again, this is something Marquand Washington knows that he wouldn't know through any other source. The next one is that the police in this case raided his house, took a bunch of money from him, but just a little bit of weed. Again, in the context of these gentlemen, this is 2 pounds of weed, which is not a lot of weed in the context of what you've heard, but it is more than $47,000. So it's a lot of money. And so again, this is something that Marquand Washington knows because they've had common discussions about the drug trade and what they have each done within the drug trade. The jury has no other reason to presuppose that Marquand Washington would bond with the defendant. They have no other logical connection. They did not grow up in the same city, et cetera, et cetera. And this is the actual answer offered by Marquand Washington when he was asked the question, how did you guys come to bond? He said, we bonded over our discussions of our various activities in the drug trade. And that is the answer he offered as to why he knows those kind of details. So again, Judge, this is, the jury's already heard and been permitted to hear that he was on bond on a matter in South Dakota. They've already been permitted to hear that there was a grow operation that had gone on at his home. So there are facts already in evidence in this case. This is not information that will be a shock to the jury or is that, but it has a very specific purpose to let them know Marquand Washington has some reason to know or have some reason to have these details at his disposal.
Judge, this is a pretty not very transparent attempt to backdoor some other acts.
There's the
no
backdoor.
motion about this, and just because they do a debrief with some informant that they want to call as a witness doesn't mean it's all admissible. Just because that's how they bonded, that doesn't make it admissible. That doesn't make it anything other than what it is, which is another act, which requires a motion before the court and a ruling by the court. And none of that was done. All of this stuff was widely available in the media. It's on the complaints. It's all public information. So, the fact that, even besides the fact that they need to fit it into another acts analysis, it's and it's not relevant. It's still not something that goes to prove what they're purporting it to prove, which was the bonding.
I want to indicate again that counsel's made an argument that this information is in the criminal complaint. I don't think there's any mention of the money in the criminal complaint or that marijuana was recovered in the complaint. Do you agree?
I'm working through.
Yeah, and I'm not aware that the complaint has any details about the defendant's involvement in the drug trade. The only thing it says is that there is a conviction in South Dakota because, of course, it alleges him to be a repeater.
I said the news media and the complaints. So
again, I'm not aware of any specific coverage, and maybe you guys are aware of it, and I don't know it, but I'm not aware of any specific coverage about his drug activities that have occurred in the media.
Yeah, and I was referring to the Zaki County complaint also.
Okay.
It sounds to me like evidence which is generally inadmissible. Other crimes, wrongs, and acts.
I missed the last part. Apologize. You kind of your voice. We lost your voice.
Everyone should be so lucky. It sounds to me like you want me to let in evidence which is typically barred by the rules because of the risk of the defendant being branded as generally a criminal personality or having a character trait of criminality. And in order to bolster the testimony that he committed a crime in this case, which is dissimilar entirely from the bolstering evidence, I have to say I understand the logic of your position. What I don't recall is any time this has ever been permitted, nor any time that I've read in a decision or a treatise that this would be a permitted use. Now, I understand those have swollen a great deal in the last 50 years, the usage of these types of materials, but the general rule is still one of exclusion from the fear.
So
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a warrant done in this case, which is part of this case. So it's not another act. There's a warrant done, right? Found in the warrant is 2 pounds of marijuana. Okay, substantial amount of marijuana for any kind of for any kind of typical drug investigation. There are a number of items that certainly anybody involved in this case would identify as marijuana seeds. The daughter of the defendant provides information that while she is staying at the house, which are on visits, that the defendant is involved in the cultivating and manufacturing of, and she actually knows the specific number. She could say of 72 plants. The daughter knows more about the cultivation and production of marijuana as an interviewed 12-year-old than I do. And goes through detail about that in her discussion with law enforcement about her father, the defendant, and his conduct. The defendant, we've already said in this case, the defendant is on bond in South Dakota on an offense. So the jury already knows there's a warrant, drugs are found, They know that there's bags of material out there that were the soil from a marijuana grow. They know that they've heard already that there was a marijuana grow that had taken place at this residence. So these are facts that are already in the jury's sphere. And, frankly, Judge, we're in a situation now where persons who are in the marijuana business often are doing that legally in many places. And so, I can't remember what the vote was in Kenosha County for legalization, but it was significant. I want to say it was 60% plus in Kenosha County. And so I don't think we live in a world now where I have no evidence, by the way, so I'm not aware of any time that Marquand Washington would indicate that anything other than marijuana was involved in the defendant's dealings. So we're not talking about a guy who Marquand Washington will say was dealing fentanyl or was dealing even cocaine. So they're talking about quantity marijuana business, which is the way that these two first had their substantive discussions about, about what they have been up to in life. It is the icebreaker for these two individuals, Judge. You don't get to, you don't go right away to, hey, have you committed a murder? You have some discussions about what each of you have done to get to. That's the icebreaker. And frankly, marijuana is not held in such disdain now, or with such acrimony that I think that there's any realistic feeling that there's prejudicial effect for the defendant. I'm not ever going to argue, and I don't think anybody would ever argue, because the defendant has marijuana involvement, therefore he murdered. And this was a discussion we had earlier, Judge, on a different day, where the court asked me, are you, and the defense, are you saying that there's a connection here of the marijuana business to this offense? And we have said no. What we've said is that they opened the door by showing some bags and asking, cops, why didn't you search this? And those kind of things. But in this case, we're not talking about doors being open, but we are talking about evidence that they already have, that the jury has already heard. This is just supplemental evidence to this. And it is the direct, honest, real, and truthful answer that it's the icebreaker.
Don't use the word honest.
Oh, I apologize.
That's not for me to decide.
Okay. It is and so I shouldn't use truthful either. It is the offered answer by Marquand Washington about why we were able to have any discussions about things.
But the problem is that we have to realize that the rules generally exclude this propensity evidence. It is clearly barred in order to prove that the defendant has got a character trait or
totally agree.
Propensity to commit any crime.
Totally agree.
And there are a number of exceptions. If you go to the textbooks, Professor McCormick said it has to, for admission, it has to bear the signature of the accused in identity cases. It has to be the type of crime that is actually his signature. We all watched Home Alone at Christmas time again, and that,
Oh my Lord.
I don't remember their names, but the guy was not so smart. Always wants to leave the water running. It's his signature at the crime scene. And that's what McCormick talked about. But it has utility. And the black and white rabbit case, the Woody case, that is beautiful example. This deviant approaches children on different occasions and says, help me find this black and white rabbit. And that's how he gets contact with the children. It's his signature. We're not using it for that purpose here. What you're asking me is to admit this, and I'm not saying you're illogical, but you admit it to show the trust that these two have with one another, that they've bonded. So the criminality that they're discussing, the witness more believable.
So the court agrees it's relevant
So
because
if
bonding
I
would be
could,
relevant.
if I could be heard, because
Well, yeah, all right.
yeah, thank you. So there was a limited inquiry earlier over objection, but now what's clear is not only are you correct, this is another act, as we discussed, clearly barred, but now it's also clear that this isn't some supplemental, to use the state's term, this is some supplemental offering. This is like turning into the main aspect of their case. And he keeps talking about how there's all this marijuana at the house. Well, we don't know that. None of it's been tested. And it's a separate case.
But I do agree with his observation that people are feel very differently about marijuana, whether it is or isn't. The governor has proposed to make it legal. I was just reading the budget portion yesterday. It's supposedly legal in the state of Illinois. The president has proposed that it be legal. And public attitudes have very clearly changed so that what was once viewed as a very, very serious matter is not looked upon that way. Even people who oppose its legalization will get on TV and joke about it and about their own experiences with it. And so it's not what it once was.
And I think that's true, but that still doesn't get us past Sullivan or Whitty or any other, or the statute itself in terms of its admissibility. So I think the court is on point with the fact that this is, in essence, it's, no matter how the state wants to couch it, it's still character evidence, and it's still there for, they're trying to get it in sideways for an improper purpose, and it needs to be excluded. And they need to be on notice that they can't do this with Sadie, and they can't do this with his daughter, because they're as he just said, they fully intend to do that.
Yeah, we do intend to do it through Olivia. I don't think Sadie has anything to do with this, but Olivia is going to indicate that all of these things occur, and if Olivia is lying about her father's activities in terms of all the rest of this, how odd that she would be telling the truth about the marijuana that was grown there. That evidence was discovered. That's not a distinct another act. That is conduct going on when this case occurs. If we were in the same county, Judge, it would be in the same complaint. It's just that it happens to be in it happens to be in a different county, that it's not in the complaint. So that's not a distinct behavior that's different. It's simply something that can't be charged here because we don't have venue on that. And in fact, it is a charged case, I guess, in Ozaukee County, right? But I don't think it is any distinct other act, Judge. It is these two indicating, here's how I do it, here's how I do it. We're not saying, and then he told me in January of 21 he did this, and then he told me of this. So it's not distinct sort of specific acts or specific items.
Why not? They're acts.
Well, it's
talking about
it's generic. It's how I do it. It's how I do it. Kind of that's the sort of information.
But there are other crimes, wrongs, and acts. I mean, it's even if it weren't a crime, it would be an act. It's character evidence, and the general rule is exclusion, except for specific aspects which are admissible for legitimate purposes. And what's getting me, and this is what I was trying to get at before, all of the encounters I've had with this type of evidence, which is frequent, I've had it argued it's proof of motive, it's proof of identity, it's proof of modus operandi, it's proof of this, that, and the other thing. It even became, after many years of judicial resistance, it's become proof of veracity. Now you're offering it to me as proof that this is a believable witness, that he was bragging about his criminal behavior with the defendant who was bragging about his.
It does. It is used for the purpose of bolstering the credibility of this reporting witness, which is one of the purposes Whitty is permitted for. To bolster credibility. To bolster the credibility of a reporting witness. Yes. So, for instance, in sexual assault cases, Judge, you're allowed to bolster the credibility of a reporting witness. So I guess what I'm going to ask the court to do is let me, as I did last night, try to dazzle you with a case, which the court will strongly consider in the morning. So I will do the research, and I'll try to bring the court, because there's a body of law under Whitty, under 90404, which allows for a valid purpose of other acts evidence to bolster the credibility of a reporting witness.
So Judge, he's now pivoting very quickly under your fire that now it's not just the bonding, now it's part of Whitty, now it's part of Sullivan, now it's proper under the other acts, even though it's not an other act. So he's trying to, I guess, run parallel paths here. But the bottom line is that if he was, okay, we all know it's another act. And that requires a pretrial motion, not something on the fly during trial. And even if we just ignore his comments about how it's not another act, he doesn't get to just come up with a case and try and argue it. And this is not some incidental thing to his case. He's made it clear. He wants to do it through Mr. Washington. He wants to do it through Olivia. He's already done it to a lesser extent in prior witnesses. So he wants to turn this into a drug case and to smear Mr. Anderson's character, pure and simple. And that is exactly precisely what 90404 is about and to prevent.
So Judge, counsel, has indicated that I think has indicated there's something untoward for me to make an argument about what I believe that the presentation of the evidence is, and then in response to the court, when the court suggests comments from the bench, you're the guy wearing the robe, and you say things like, "Well, I consider other acts, etc." It feels like it's not dishonest for the prosecution to then say, "Well, then, Judge, I'd like to be able to present you a Whitty case because there's body of law." I don't think it's a dishonest change of argument to listen closely to what the court says, to understand what the basic parameters and guidelines are of the court's current thinking, and to try to respond to that. And I wonder why we would need to have the quality of our debate here be that those kind of things appear to be dishonest. I've cited nothing that's
I don't want to get into these attributions about. There's pretty clear that you people have not been on the same track with respect to how to handle the case, and I don't care. But what is this case that's going to dazzle me? What's it going to tell me?
While they're looking, that's the reason we have pretrial motions, so we can rationally do research, present it to the court, have a hearing, and not something where we're just changing our theory mid-sentence and then try and find a case quick.
So the counsel said that this case was all about the drug evidence, and of course, this case is all about the DNA evidence. So, Judge, we suggested to the court that I believe I'm aware that there are cases as I have purported. I don't need to repeat it. There is also a possibility that what's called panorama evidence, in other words, setting the circumstances. Again, I've already outlined why I think this meets the credibility, would also be a valid Whitty place. So again, Judge, I'd like an opportunity to convince you by showing you a case or two that puts us in that position before we go any farther and not have this allowed. I think it's important evidence in this respect. I don't know why a jury would believe guys who spent 5 weeks together have bonded enough for a murder to be confessed to them unless there's something that is a middle ground. I don't need to repeat that again in any detail. I think the court has heard me and understands that there's relevance in that respect. And so now I just want to see if I can find a case, now that I understand that the court feels its other acts, which was not my first thought process.
Well, there was a scheduling order in this case to file these motions. Enough said, right?
Well,
and for what it's worth, I've litigated other acts motions for decades, and I'm very positive that the first prong of the proper purpose has never, ever, ever included bolstering a witness. Ever.
oh, I think it's admissible since maybe the early 90s. It's admissible for veracity, to bolster veracity.
Well,
Counsel's indication that he doesn't believe any of these cases exist is exactly why we should talk about this, because his argument is being made indicating he doesn't think there's a body of case law about this. I believe there is, and the court has just, I think, confirmed that. So,
well, no, that didn't say that at all. What I said was that this should have been brought pre-trial. It's clearly a huge part of his case, and he's trying to turn a murder case into a drug case. But he's actually trying to win a murder case by turning it, by smearing it with the veneer of a drug case. That much is clear. He's not trying to bolster this witness's testimony. He's trying to smear Mr. Anderson's reputation.
These arguments with this rhetoric, Judge, should be admonished by the court.
I'm more busy right now.
Sorry. The fuck? It's just kids. Cookier and cookier. The rookie of the cookie. Come on, Judge. Do it.
Well, the purposes for which, and I do think it's other evidence. Otherwise, it would be irrelevant. motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, or plan. Oh, these are the ones that are both in the statute and then in instruction 275, which is suggestive of other uses. Knowledge, identity, absence of mistake or accident, context or background. And there's this identify other issue. So there are, as we know, there are other issues. And then there was case law, I think in the late 80s, early 90s, that recognized it could be used to bolster the witness's credibility. But I didn't think that the language of any case was sweeping enough to extend to allowing to testify as to braggadocio that he and the defendant exchanged to prove the accuracy of unlawful behavior of the defendant, for which he's not on trial. It's not to be considered to conclude that the defendant has a certain character or a certain character trait, and that he acted in conformity with that trait or character with respect to the offense charged. So that's
Delivery of marijuana does not equal murder. I mean, no,
correct to undo.
So I'm not asserting it for the purpose of indicating it makes it more likely.
So it becomes relevant because during the course of the discussions, the defendant made some admissions, you claim, with respect to the crime in chief in this case. And you could introduce those stripped of the other crimes, wrongs, and acts evidence. But you fear he's less believable then.
Right, and I'm looking to bolster his credibility. That's exactly it. Of course,
And you have,
crystallize the issue.
and you have some, what was the word you used? The adjective?
Dazzling.
Dazzling case law to support.
Well, and it was, of course, a word that was based on your reaction to my State v. Weed submission first thing this morning. So I'm still suffering the wounds from that experience and asking the court to let me repeat it in the morning.
So, Judge, if I could,
Yeah.
even if we get that far, he can't bolster. I mean, even if those cases exist and it's more sweeping than maybe we recall or whatever, you can't bolster until it's been attacked of a witness.
That is the general rule.
Yes. So clearly,
Maybe that's by the case.
it's his witness right now.
I will be shocked if the defense concedes that that Mr. Washington is truthful and is telling no lies. And so I am anticipating, I think with good reason, that Mr. Washington will be challenged aggressively and his honesty will be placed into question. I don't think I misread any signs here, and I think the court can, in anticipating the evidence, understand that. Just as we would anticipate anyone in this circumstance, Mr. Washington's circumstance, would be attacked when he reports that the defendant has admitted a crime.
I don't buy into your basic precept, which is the fact that these two jailmates, with nothing better to do than to talk about their past exploits,
what else have they got to talk about in
are
there?
bragging about their drug crimes, and that somehow makes them more believable. This is supposed to be evidence which is supportive of the state's case without painting the defendant as a bad actor. And it appears to me it would have the purpose, even though I agree it's less serious than it was once viewed. It accomplishes the purpose of painting the defendant as a bad actor. It also no, it doesn't either. But at the same time, it's offered as the support, as the bolstering is someone bragging about his criminal acts.
Nikolai Mew.
Now, that's actually not why you're offering. You're offering it to, they've relaxed they're relaxing their safeguards and, but boy, the rule.
I wasn't convinced on that one. Wasn't convinced, no. Hmm. No, he definitely wasn't guilty of the highest, no. What I can't remember what the lesser included was under the manslaughter. But yeah, I definitely believe he was intimidated for sure. For sure. Mm. No, you didn't. You missed just ridiculous arguments, though. Yeah. Yep. I think Officer, yes, she's looking at well, the plea deal they offered her was 15 and a half. And as I was talking to Steve this afternoon, we were talking about this sentencing, and he said that I think the minimum's at least 20, but that he expects the defense attorney to play the DV card basically and try and plead for a lesser sentence. Hello, hello. Whilst they've been arguing, I've been setting up another stream to cover the wedding night horror trial. So that'll go on. That'll be a sleep stream. So it will be just me streaming the trial, and I'll be sleeping because that's about to start. So yes, I will be streaming that. Yes, yeah, and whether it was self-defense, and yeah, I don't think all of them were self-defense. Like each victim, he could have stopped, you know. Definitely don't think it was intentional. He didn't go there to do that. Yeah, just shit. Yeah, no, the Boone sentencing starts at 5:30. Oh, sorry, 5:30 my time, so 1:30 your time. It's the see, this is the good thing about Discord. Between trials and stuff, or verdict watch, or you know, if we're watching a live trial and we have a lunch break, we all bugger off to Discord. Can we have a poll on how many? Yeah, sure, absolutely. I'll set it up in the stream. Yep. Oh, hang on. So we've got 5 to 10, 15 to 20, 25 to 30, or life. Well, she won't get 5 to 10, surely. Minimum is 16 and a half, isn't it? So maybe we do 15 to 20, 25 to 30, life, and then life without parole. How's that sound? Have you got a channel, Anna? A sub to your station? What the? Doubt it. Whose children? I think we're talking about two different trials here. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. So how about we go 15 to 20, 20 to 25, and then 25 to 30, and then life. There we go. Sorted. And this channel came up on my feed, so I subbed. Anna, do you want to post your link? If you've got a channel? Post your link in chat, darling. My boyfriend disappeared with his phone, so I couldn't get on Discord. Yes, yes, yes. Well, that's why you watch this, and then you come and play on Discord until the Sarah Byrne trial, and then you watch the Sarah Byrne trial, and then after the Sarah Byrne trial, I'll play the wedding video, the wedding trial, just for you. The judge, get free judge. Yeah, yeah, not nice. All right.
Well, was created for a
Wanna-
reason. And
Any argument for much longer? There's 6 minutes left.
well, we can stop now. It's okay with me.
Well,
And,
Okay,
you know,
fine.
bring in cases
Yeah,
in the morning, and of course, you know I'm.
from a variety of sources, I am receiving cases, so I feel confident I'll be able to bring something to the court. I have a number of persons who are interested in being of assistance on this issue. So I'm asking the court to break now before the court makes a ruling on this. Just
Okay, cool, nice. Decision made. All right, so we'll you can go. Bye bye, and you can come up here. All right, so 4:30, 1 hour is Sarah Boone. So that will give me time to set up her stream and the other one as well. That's an hour. So yeah, if you want to head over to Discord and continue the chat, I'll end this stream and set up the next one. And please. That I don't think the wedding night one will be particularly long. I don't think it's going to be a lengthy trial. I don't. Are they still on jury? Well, it says they're starting. Oh, I should have started now. Hang on. Yeah, it's supposed to be on now. There's people waiting. Well, if it comes to the time after Sarah Boone and they're still on jury selection, I'll just delay the broadcast until it's live. All right. I'll update that time. All right. I'll be back in an hour. Okay. The thumbnail's up. I'll be there. All right. I'll set this trial up and I'll see if I can jump into Discord as well. All right. No, for now.
Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule and the defense rests.